Welcome to The Kingdom Sleeps, the fantasy bedtime story decided by the roll of a dice. My name's Andrew, I'll be your story master for this evening.
And my name's Tom, and I'll be playing the role of Yohm.
For those of you who aren't familiar with tabletop role-playing games, the concept is very simple. Tom and I will be improvising a story this evening, and occasionally we'll roll a dice to see where that story goes. It's as simple as that.
And for those of you who are familiar with DnD podcasts, if you're looking for something with just as much adventure and narrative, but maybe a little bit more chilled out to help you relax before bed, or indeed fall asleep, then we're hoping this is the podcast for you.
The Kingdom Sleeps is set in the fantasy realm of Sopros, a vast continent formed over the back of a sleeping giant. The dreams of the Colossus, known as the Mamu, roam the vast and otherworldly landscape as spirit creatures, shaping the lives and culture of the people that live there. If you'd like to hear more about the lore of Sopros, you can begin by listening to episode 0. Tom, would you like to tell us a little more about the character of Yohm?
Now, Yohm is a member of the merfolk people, though he was born and raised in the desert region of Shetsuana on the southernmost tip of Sopros. Living a nomadic lifestyle, he grew to become a respected guide, making a living by shepherding members of the different guilds across the harsh sands. He's gaunt and weathered, but he still holds an aquatic aura about his person, though this is usually hidden by the vibrant robes that drape him head to toe.
And with that, make yourselves comfortable and join us where the kingdom sleeps. Two days ago, you met with a group of miners from the Harvesters Guild in a small settlement just outside the city of Suncolt. They are led by a man named Ren, an older Duergar gentleman whom you've come to know quite well through various dealings with the guild over the years. They are paying you a small but significant fee to do something you've done many times before, to do what you do best, to lead them across the harsh perils of the Schwertsuna Desert to the site of a confirmed mineral deposit where they hope to begin the process of setting up a permanent mine. It is currently the evening of your second day of travel, and whilst it has been a reasonably pleasant and easygoing trip for yourself, the less experienced group of fresh-faced miners that Ren has asked you to drag across this desert have not been coping well with the intense heat of the region, as well as the vast and varied creatures and Mamu that inhabit the desert. And so, despite being not more than a couple of hours away from your intended destination, Ren has insisted upon setting up camp for the evening in order to let the youngsters rest and continue on the short distance in the morning. So now, you find yourself at rest on the floor next to a crackling campfire that you yourself have put together not too long ago. The group of young miners have all retired for the night and sit tucked away in their tents that encircle the encampment. And so it's just you, your old friend Ren, next to the fire, enjoying the twinkling of the stars and the warmth of the fire. The smell of burning desert wood fills your lungs. The beautiful landscape of the desert at twilight, with its rolling dunes and spires and flocks of Mamu that scatter the sky. And as you sit, Ren happens to be in the middle of reminiscing on old times with you, as he leans in a little closer with his flask in hand, taking casual sips as he goes. And so, the last time we were here, do you remember the last time we were in the forest, in this region? Maybe this part, to be honest, I don't know the desert as well as you. But I do remember you had, what was this? You found such a delicious, what did you call it? It was a root of some kind. It's very, very sweet. Was it a sweet root? Something like this?
It was exactly that, yes. Sweet root. Surprised you still remember.
Yohm, it was one of the most delicious things I have ever tasted.
Well, it's the time of year for it. Surprised you didn't mention it earlier. We could have been keeping an eye out.
Well, do you think perhaps you may be able to find a little to throw on the fire this evening?
This evening, there's a chance, I suppose, but going out, it's cold. It's been a long day. The risks of the night.
I'll throw an extra mark your way.
And now you're talking my language. So, just for you or enough for the gang?
I don't see why we shouldn't just keep this a little secret between you and I.
That's what friends are for.
And he rustles into his pocket and pulls out a shining harvester's mark that he leans over and hands to you.
I'll never get bored of taking these from you, as he gently slips it back into his pocket.
Lovely. You see Ren shake his head and give himself a little chuckle as you place that nice, fresh, cold, metallic harvester's mark in your pocket. So, do you think it may be somewhere nearby?
Like I said, there's as strong a chance here as anywhere else. Give me a couple hours. I should have found some by then. If not, I won't wander too far. Keep an eye on your boy while I'm gone, yeah?
Certainly. Always do.
Alright then, well, if you're asleep, you'll find it when you wake up. If not, I'll find you.
Sounds good to me.
I slowly get on up again, take in the cool evening night, and head towards the Houndback to sort of just prep for a mini trek.
Sure thing. The Houndbacks are all asleep, just some distance away from the fire, trying to get a little bit of residual warmth from it. And you head on over to the one that you know best, giving a little stroke as you head on by, just to gauge whether it's happy to be waking up. This huge dog, half camel-like creature, that is covered in matted fur and braced with all sorts of bags from the travel. But as you try to jostle it awake, it seems to know what its job is and what you're gearing up to do, and very gradually gets itself up on its haunches and plods on all fours, ready for you to get on top.
No, that's a nice girl. Thank you for your hard work yet again. I promise you'll get it rewarded back when we're home.
Blows a sharp blast of air out of its nostrils, as if it agrees with you but is a little disgruntled by your request.
Alright then, so, knowing what the lands are like around here at least, there's a good chance Sweetroot could just pop up pretty much anywhere. The sands shift quite a lot, so I guess I'm just gonna start heading out in a little bit of a direction, just away from camp, just for a little bit, to make sure none of the other members of the caravan here clock that I'm disappearing. Don't want to worry anyone anymore.
Sure. You very subtly and stealthily make your way out of camp. Not too much trouble. You head away from the twinkling fire into the twilight desertscape that surrounds you. An environment you're very familiar with, of course, as you tread over the soft, slipping sand, riding on the back of the Houndback, looking out across the desert dunes and the pinkish, purplish sky that twinkles with stars ahead of you. You take a moment to appreciate what a nice and clear evening it is, as you so often know that nights in the desert can get stormy, can get windy, so you couldn't have picked a more perfect day to go out foraging for Sweetroot in particular. As you head out just a few minutes away from the encampment, you can see potentially 2 routes to go. There's a small valley created in the dunes that heads over to your left, that seems to go a little ways down, so there's a small horizon that's created and you can't quite see over the top of this sand dune that seems to have quite a lot of air moving over the top. There's like a small little cyclone happening over in that direction. And in the other direction over to your right is a dune that rises its way upwards, but at the top of there you can see what looks like some foliage that you're familiar with, mostly just dry bushes, but there's at least more of an indication to you that there might be some vegetation. Although, having said that, in your knowledge you know that sweetroot particularly likes to find itself in the lower ground, so which way do you think Yohm would go from his experience?
Right now I'm going to follow the winds and head down in the dip of the sands towards what appears to be that little valley ahead.
Wonderful. As you make your way over there, and the houndback starts to move a bit more gently with a bit more caution as it tries not to slide all the way down what's becoming quite a steep little valleyed dune. And you just get to the bottom before the houndback slips a little bit of the way and ends up sort of half tumbling into the valley, where you can actually now see quite a lot of vegetation that's cropped up and sprouts out of the sandy ground, almost in neat little rows. And there's all sorts of spiky foliage and flowering vegetation that you can see. Would you like to roll the dice just to see what it is that Yohm finds?
I certainly would. It's going to be a 17.
A 17. As Yohm heads forward through this narrow duned valley, he notices 2 things. He notices just up ahead, towards the end of this valley where the dunes start to rise up again, a particular purplish flower, which to him indicates the sweet root that he's after. But also, in the air, in the stillness of the night, he recognizes this small, gentle whistling, a very particular, almost like air flowing through pipes, which he recognizes to be the sound, what he knows as whistleweed, which is not to everyone's taste, but a delicacy that Yohm has enjoyed time and time again in the desert. But it would require a little bit more tracking to find where that noise is coming from, as it's being carried on the wind.
Well, as the dutiful friend that Yohm is, first of all, get the job done, and we'll pop along to the purple flower, and I'll begin extracting it in the ways I usually do, almost keeping a very keen ear out for precisely where that whistling might be coming from.
Wonderful. As Yohm heads on over to this beautiful, bright, purple flower and leans down to start extracting the roots carefully from the desert sand, and he can smell the beautifully sweet, almost like baking bread coming from this flower, pulls it right out of the ground to reveal these thick, chunky, almost carrot-like roots, to be the sweet root. And you've got 3 or 4 good-sized roots there. You're sure Ren will be pleased with.
Sounds like his lucky day. Let's find out if it'll be mine.
As you keep an ear out on the wind, why don't you roll for me to see just how lucky you get with your perception.
That time we're going to be on a 15.
A 15. Well, being well versed in the desert, that does you fairly well. And even though it's a little bit hard to tell, as the sound is being carried along on the wind, you're fairly certain this whistling that you recognise is coming from just over the sand dune at the end of this valley.
I look back at the houndback again. She resting well?
She seems to be fairly happy, if not a little bit eager and twitching to get back to the fire for the night.
Well, I give her a gentle nod from this distance. I won't work her too hard, and I'll proceed on foot towards where the whistling might be coming from.
It's quite a steep little hill worth of sand that you've got to get yourself up. But dexterous as you are and well able to move your way across steep hills of sand, you get yourself slowly and gently on top of this rising hill. And as you creep over the top, you see this one solitary black root sticking out of the ground with tendrils almost like coral, and as it shakes in the wind and the air that blows past it and hits you in your face, you can hear that characteristic whistling of the whistling weed right there in front of you. And as you see it, and as you go to grab the very tip of it, it shoots down into the ground under the sand.
Gah.
And then just as quick as it disappears, this yellow little bell-shaped creature pokes itself up out of the sand. Almost glows, this yellow creature, with large, black, fairly innocent and cute-looking eyes, with a small little smile, and it's got tiny little paws for hands and feet, but it almost looks like an upturned cup with a face that seems to giggle at you, and you know this creature to be a mamu. That's particularly the yellow mamu, who like to play some tricks sometimes.
Well, after the recent discovery, Yohm's in a pretty good mood, so he's in the mood for some tricks, let's say. So he answers with a wry little smile, and I guess immediately turns around on the spot really sharply, looking in the opposite direction from the mamu and the root that just disappeared a moment ago.
As you do so, behind you, you hear a rustling of sand, and then some more rustling,
and I listen and I wait, and with my best perception and reflexes possible, I'm going to try and quickly turn around and nab it from where I believe it's a pop-up next.
Go on, give me a roll to see how successful you are.
That's a 12.
12. Listening out to the rustling of the sand behind you as the wind gently flows through your hair, you feel like the rustling is just about to settle, so you turn on your heels and go to grab. Just as you do, you're startled by the fact that there's no longer one little cute-looking bell-shaped mamu, but there are 3 in front of you. And one of them opens its mouth very wide, as if to yawn, and inside its mouth you can see the root, the whistling weed that you're after, and it quickly snaps its mouth shut, and as they begin to giggle at you, they move themselves round like a game of cups, alternating positions quickly. You try your best to keep an eye on which direction the route goes, and they suddenly stop, and the sand settles, almost floats to the ground like dust. And they look up at you, eagerly awaiting.
1, 2, or 3. And as quick as last time, again, I'm going to try and just jump towards the third one, not aggressively, but quickly and sternly nonetheless, see if I can just about scoop it up, the one on the right.
So you prime yourself ready, bending your knees, and very sharply but playfully grab towards the third on the right. And you pull this little bell-shaped creature up by the little tassel on its head. And underneath, you see the whistling weed that you're after. Giggles and giggles.
Got you this time. Pluck it out from underneath gleefully and gently put the Mamu back onto the ground.
He seems very pleased with that interaction as it sort of uses its little paws to cover its eyes, and it's as much as it can without being too human-like. It almost seems like it's letting out a real belly laugh at that, and the other two are giggling away as well, and they sort of flatten down and outwards, and their bodies transform from this bell shape, almost like a tulip, into an open lily form. And inside each of the open lilies are another 2 whistling weeds, but they seem to be presenting to you as gifts as they shuffle through the sand right up to where your feet are.
I am going to slip out just one of the sweet roots I picked for Ren just earlier and trade it in place for the whistling weeds they're gifting to me.
Take out the sweet root, you grab the whistling weed, and in return place the sweet root into the lotus, which the 2 that were offering come together and wrap it up, and their bodies entwine. They become of one creature, almost like twisting vines. And their bodies float into the air, almost like a lit, floating lantern that just begins to sway and bob in front of you. You can almost feel a bright glow against your face as you see these bright eyes return into its form, and this big smiling face that giggles away once more before lifting very gracefully in a spiral up into the air, shooting off into the distance, into the twilight.
And this is why I love the desert. And he just watches them float away for a moment, just soaking it in, just seen similar things in his past, but rarely so close and directly interacted with the Mamu, and it's always a special experience for Yohm when he does. Kind of laughs to himself a little bit as well. Ren will never believe where I got this from. Makes for another good story though. As I turn back around, prideful in my stride back, getting ready to, I guess, let out the inner child a little bit more and slide down the dune I just climbed up, back towards what's probably now yet another sleeping houndback.
Well, as you slide down that dune in a playful manner with some fun in your heart, you are welcomed by an upstanding and fairly disgruntled houndback who is pointing in the direction of camp and looking over its shoulder as if to say, quickly get on my back, and let's be on our way now that you've done that.
With my head held, I guess, a little bit lower now, feeling the scorn of a sleepy houndback, I mount on up and quickly yet quietly once more shimmy back to camp.
Great, and it's not very long riding, as you got fairly lucky, only being a few, 10 to 20 minutes away from camp that you found the routes you were looking for. Well, the routes you were looking for. And as you return back to camp, you see Ren, slightly more dozy, having taken a few more sips from his flask, sat by the fire, and the knights, of course, getting on.
I'm going to try and sneak up on him, the playful spirit still in my mood.
Sure. Are you going to do that on Houndback, or leave the Houndback at the side?
Yeah, we'll drop her off again.
Okay. As you dismount the Houndback, sneak your way up to a very stoic and pensive Ren sat by the fire. He seems to just be staring and very absorbed. And you get not but a few inches away from his back, and he still doesn't seem to have noticed you.
And now I'm going to quietly reach for the sweet root from my bag again and just reach over his slightly smaller stature, drop it off.
As you drop it into his lap, he lets out a small yelp of surprise and almost wiggles around in a small panic for a moment before he jostles himself and turns around and sees you there, presumably with a small smile on your face.
Easier than I thought.
I wasn't expecting you for some time. Well, I tell you this, do not do that again in this desert.
Nah, forgive me, friend, you know me. Gotta keep you on your toes.
You better believe I'm almost always on my toes in a place like this.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't come empty-handed then, isn't it?
And he picks up the root that you've dropped into his lap and eyes its beautiful orange colour, holds it up to the firelight to inspect it. This looks like a fine specimen. You got very lucky tonight.
Yeah, apparently so, but can't say it's all bad out here, right?
No, I suppose not, if you know what you're doing.
Now, come on, let's go fry it. I've got another story to tell you.
Sounds good to me. And he picks up a discarded piece of dry, sharp stick that he looks like he's almost gotten ready whilst you're away, and sticks the root on the end to throw into the fire and grill as he sits. I'm always surprised every time I come to this desert and spend some time with you, Yohm. You almost seem like you are a part of the desert itself.
Feels like it some days, but you just gotta know what to look out for. Be open to it. He likes to give back, I promise you. Guess where that came from? That thing in your hand right now.
Well, I'm hoping it came from the ground.
In a manner, yes. What was to say? Friendly little Mamu dropped it off for you.
Mamu?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure it is safe?
Oh, of course, they're harmless. But...
Are you sure?
Yeah, you should have seen it, Ren. It was beautiful. They were playing a game. Even in a place like this, it's cold and dark and empty, as it is. They're still up for a little bit of fun. Your guild lot can learn a thing from them, I'm telling you. Trust me. Take a bite. It'll taste better than usual.
And he looks at the root with some hesitation, seeing that it's mostly roasted. brings it up to his mouth and takes a large, hearty bite as he smells the sweetness of it and that baking bread aroma. He bites through, give a little bit of a crunch. Oh my goodness, yes. It is just as I remember. Well, I don't know if you have heard of the stories of the Mamu on the mainland.
Here and there.
People are saying that they're not being so friendly these days.
I've heard grumblings, but...
Strange behavior. Hassling people in the towns. Growing to such big sizes and being stubborn. Sometimes even the bright stone, it does not affect them.
Really?
This is what I've heard.
Oh, I've not. How long have you been hearing these stories for?
Well, perhaps the first time I heard was 2 or 3 seasons ago.
I don't think it's hit the desert yet. It seemed normal, mostly.
It feels like if it were to affect anywhere, it would be the desert where the Mamu are. Mostly wild and varied.
Maybe I've been lucky. What did the light guard say about it?
They seem to think it is something to do with the Colossus being angry with the people.
Isn't that always the case with them?
Yes, I am not so sure I have to believe much that they say. Well, either way, I'm very wary of what it is that Amamu has to do or give you. But I suppose this is quite a nice gift.
You've spent long enough with me now, Ren. You should know that. They're nice. Respect them, they respect you. Part of the wildlife.
Yes, I suppose you would know best.
Oh, at least for the desert ones.
Yohm. Well, I've known you for some time now, and I wanted to ask you. And I'm not trying to be rude, or... It is a little strange, no? That, well, we are in the desert and, you are... And he waves a hand in the direction of your body, clearly highlighting your blue skin and gills. Well, merfolks, they don't usually survive in the desert so well, let alone live and make a living here. Not that I mean to say that you shouldn't be.
You know what, Ren? I've got to give you some credit, actually. It's been years now, hasn't it? And not once have you asked, so...
Well, yes, I have been hesitant, but I will say it is not the first time I've thought of it.
Yeah, you're right, it is a bit odd, but I've known a couple others in my time. I wish there was a bit more story for it. I feel like you're going to be slightly disappointed. I was born here. Simple as that. And, well, you do what you have to, don't you? It's not too dissimilar, though. Look out there for a second. You can just about see it still, can't you? Just about. The shape of the waves, the way the light hits on it, the way the wind rustles over the top. It's been a long time since I've seen the sea, don't get me wrong, but they're not too dissimilar, are they?
I suppose I've never thought of that. I suppose the sand is quite a lot like the sea. But you certainly can't swim in it.
I think I've been pretty close.
Only you would be,
Do you want to know something real funny, though?
What's that?
I don't even know if I can actually swim.
You can see him restraining from laughing.
Go on, let it out. It is fine.
I cannot believe that. Have you not been in the water?
I think I must have when I was a lot younger, I feel like we've definitely been to the coast before, but I can't recall if I ever went in.
Surely your mother or your father would not let you grow up without learning to swim.
Well, again, you know the ways of my people. We don't stay down too long. I can't even strictly recall too well who exactly was my mother or father. About 30 of us in a caravan, we roamed around.
Yes, I suppose that is the difficulty of your nomadic upbringing.
It's the beauty of it, I think.
Each to their own. Well, I will say this. The desert is growing on me every time I come.
For moments like this, eh?
Very different to the mountains. But beautiful, nonetheless.
Always said, the sky's different in the sands.
And as you both sit, admiring the pinky purplish twilight of the night and the twinkling stars and the crispness of the desert air, you're somewhat rudely broken out of your whimsical fancyings by the young miner exiting their tent, almost stumbling out of the tent, looking perhaps a little bit well drunk of the night. And it's a face you recognize, a face of a young man that you spoke to earlier in the day. You had a relatively unsavory interaction with. And this young man, who's off a good 20 paces at the tent door, sort of looks at you both very subtly and wanders round the back of the tent. As he does so, you can begin to hear him relieving himself. And Ren looks over to you and says, I saw that earlier today you met young apprentice Kieran. I can only imagine he did not have many good words to say to you. I'm sorry. I must apologize.
Don't you apologize for him. He's a product of his upbringing, isn't he?
He certainly is. I think he thinks he's above all of this.
Certainly thinks he'll be above you someday.
He most certainly already thinks that he is. To be honest, all of these young folk, especially young Kieran, but all of them, they don't listen to me. They don't seem to have any respect for my knowledge. They think they know everything already. But they don't know dull stone from diamonds, I will tell you that.
Yeah. Seems to be the way lately, you're right, I've noticed. Customers being a bit more brash. Certainly makes my job harder, but I don't know why it is. Something in the air.
Maybe changing of the times, I think.
Suppose we should have a drink to that.
So as we can do. I think my time is up. I don't think I'll be coming into the desert too many times after this.
You're not that old, Ren, surely.
I feel fine. Feel like I could go for years, but well, when people don't hear what you have to say, you start fading into the background, you know?
It's the only place I've ever really known.
Maybe I will join you there.
You should. Leave the guild, Ren, come on. I'm being serious this time. You're better than it. It's holding you back.
It's
weighing you down.
It's a good place. Yohm, you should try again. You have a lot of skill that you could offer.
I do offer it. For a healthy profit, I may add. But no, this is the way to do it, I'm telling you. For holding to no one, go where you want to go, see what you want to see. And get that sense of fulfillment back. When's the last time you did a job because you wanted to, Ren? When's the last place you discovered a secret for knowledge's sake? Instead of just for a few more marks again?
I can't truly answer that question. Now think about it. How about that?
Rest assured I'll always have your company. You're one of the few repeat customers that they keep coming back. It's got to be worth something.
It's tempting. As you ponder for a moment, young Kieran comes back round the other side of the tent, and Ren calls out to him just before he tucks himself back inside. Young Kieran, don't stay up too late. Don't be too close to that flask. We have a big day tomorrow. Kieran seems to look at him with a grimace in his face. And he waves his hand and bats it away in a dismissive fashion, and arches his way back into the tent. See, they do not listen. They do not care.
Well, we could try and make him care.
I wish I knew how.
Leave it with me. I've got an idea or two.
I see. Feel like you have a plan.
Well, an idea.
I would be very grateful for any mischief that you'd wish to cause on these young men.
Yeah, we've still just got... It's only a couple hours away. In the morning. We can have a little bit of fun. What'd you say?
I think I'm up for ruffling their feathers.
That's my boy, well done. Knew there's a bit of spark in you yet.
It's still there. It's still there. As he takes another small swig from his flask.
Yeah, I give him a hearty sort of pat on the back as I, at this point, sort of get ready to get up and take my leave towards the tent.
Yes, you're right. It's nearly time for bed.
Aye, like you said, long day tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That's good advice.
Yes, I should take it. Yohm, before you go, please tell me this is just this drink talking. But these towers we see as we travel, yes, you know what I talk about?
Yeah.
These spires. I swear. He raises his finger to the horizon and points outwards of the encampment, over to a spire way off in the distance. It's just silhouetted against the dunes in the night. I swear that was not there when we set up our camp this evening. Maybe I'm getting my bearings wrong.
No, I think you might be right, Ren. I'm almost ashamed I didn't notice that sooner.
But who could have made that? Is this a trick of the Mamu?
Some think so. Some think it's a relic of a bygone age, an old technique used back in the day by the original desert tribe folk.
Oh.
Special construction technique or something like that. Who knows?
And they are likely to just appear.
Less appear, they wander. That's how I feel like it anyway. I've come close to one before, but never managed to see the inside just yet. That'll be a sight, I tell you.
This desert seems to have more and more mysteries every time I come.
Just the same amount. You're starting to ask better questions.
I'm tired of asking questions for today. I think I will forget about wandering towers and head to bed.
Yeah, go for it. So chew on that sweet root instead, you'll be fine.
Yes. Yes, I will. You sleep well?
Thank you. And you, my friend.
And he gets himself up and hobbles his small and stout stature over to his tent, and is gone behind the flap. You're left by the fireside.
Well, now I'm alone, I will just have a little chew on some of the whistleweed that I just stashed in my pocket from earlier. Just slow and steady, just almost like a slow mint sort of taste sensation. And just sit and enjoy the peace and quiet for a moment. Soak in and try and solidify that memory of the Mamu dancing out of the lily pad, because it's just a little beautiful thing to see. And make sure the fire's all settled and burn out through the night nice and easy. Do the final look around of all the tents. Make sure there's no strange noises, no one's too restless. And then, actually, I'm going to go round the back of Kieran's tent. And I'm going to try my best to gently, either with a little sickle or just by itself, place one of the whisper weeds back into the ground just behind his tent in a way that I think the wind will catch it throughout the night, and hope that it provides a somewhat spooky accompaniment to his evening.
Sure thing. So as you spend, as you say, you spend a little bit of time chewing on your quite gristly and licorice-like whistleweed while solidifying that beautiful encounter from earlier. Once you feel satisfied and the area is clear and you know the fire is going to burn out for the night, creep round the back of Kieran's tent and try and submerge some of this whistleweed just at the back side, where you feel like you might just be laying his head. And why don't you roll for me, just to see how lucky you get with the positioning and the wind of that.
Probably not too lucky with a 5.
Well, with a 5, you struggle a little bit to find firm enough ground to get the whistleweed directly in. So it does sort of loosely tilt, and you're not so confident, but just as you get up to creep away, you notice that the wind this evening just happens to be blowing in that right direction, round and low to the ground, where you just hear this small tinkling of You feel like you may get a little bit of noise out of that throughout the night.
Close enough.
And from here...
And then I return and finish up, I suppose, setting up the last little pieces of my tent, as I was going to travel a little lighter than most of these guild folk. So I just throw a few sticks into the ground, throw up my usual rags and tags that make a nice canvas across the top, and it's got a lot of looser torn threads hanging down the side as an almost vine-like appearance to the edges of the tent. And I lay with one side open so I can still see the stars in the sky. Lay out my sleeping bag and roll on down and rest my head.
Beautiful. Yes, your tent certainly looks very ragtag, very improvised, as opposed to these very formulaic and well-conceived tent structures that come with beams and poles and screws that the Miners Guild have put together. Very unhomely, and whilst yours looks improvised, it is of course very thought about and thorough and appropriate for the desert. But you set yourself up in no time at all, of course, and lay your bed down and lay your head down. and gradually find yourself falling asleep. And as you do, you enter into the dream world, a place where your thoughts, your ideas, your creativity, your memories come to life. As your thoughts begin to swirl around and sleep comes upon you, you find yourself in a long corridor in a castle made of sand. There's a bright light coming from a sun above you, and in this corridor you can see open archways that line either wall. If you walk forward, just poke your head through those archways, you can see a bright light shining through from each of them. And you feel like if you were to walk through these archways, you're going to find something maybe that you haven't thought about for a while coming back to you.
I slide one foot in front of the other, hand grazing in the sandy walls as I walk past. I feel lighter, more ethereal. I almost drift to the first archway and let the light pull me in.
And as your ethereal form begins to float and be pulled like a current by the light through this archway, the light becomes more intense and bright, almost a flash before it dulls down once more. And you find yourself a young boy. You're taken back to a place you haven't thought about for some years. You're in your settlement, the one you grew up in. You're surrounded by the tents and caravans, the sights and smells and colours when you're a child. Children and adults alike roaming around, the bright colours of the tents and fabrics that lined the decorations of your encampment. The smell of the sweet burning wood. Adults teaching children to weave baskets. Children running around, playing games. People bustling around, busy. Setting up, having just landed in their new home for the next few days before setting up camp and finding their new home. But this was the home that you had. Just in this moment, when you're surrounded by a crowd of children. Your friends growing up, some of which you'd consider your brothers and sisters, and they all surround you with faces of awe, faces of joy, surprise, some of shock, some with furrowed brows and suspicion. One of them says to you, "It can't be. There's nothing like that in the desert. An oasis. A shimmering oasis. We'd have found it. One of the elders would have found it. You're a liar. You're a liar, Yohm."
"I'm no liar," I regrettably yell out in frustration and anger as all these childish emotions come flooding back and putting me back into my younger, less self-assured shoes again, and remembering one of the proudest days of my life being met with such suspicion and disdain. But in that moment, I look around and I see Hannah, one of my best friends of the time, and I see just a quick look in her eye again that at least she believes me. Makes me feel a little bit calmer again. I am no liar. I repeat, I am no liar. It's just out there. I can show you. I can show everyone. If only you'd listen. If only you'd come.
And just as you're making your pleas to your friends, and everyone's jostled with the tumult of your desperation to show everyone, you see one of the elders coming over from the distance and breaking through the crowd towards you. It's an elder woman dressed in colourful garb, with this characteristic ruffled hood that you knew she would wear, and this beautiful long silvery hair. A woman you know as Elder Aya. She comes to you and says, "Now, children, what seems to be the matter here? There's no need for shouting. Let's all express ourselves calmly. Yohm?"
I'm sorry, Aya. It's just, I want you all to believe me.
Believe what, Yohm? What's happened here?
There's somewhere out there. It's the leaves, they're so tall, and the greens, there's greens like you've never seen. The rocks, the mamu were there too. I promise you, Aya. You just have to trust me.
You promise me, Yohm?
I mean, it's just there. And in that moment, it feels like I'm staring right at this cherished oasis that I remember so fondly. Like it's just round the corner, even though it's not. But the memory and the belief in what I saw is so strong in that moment. I can see it. And I begin getting frantic once more, trying desperately to give words to these things which haven't been named to my knowledge before, and describe them to this person I respect so much.
And as Elder Aya sees you in this almost panicked frustration, trying to express yourself and describe these beautiful things you've seen, and understanding that frustration you feel from not being heard, she takes a knee, comes down to your level and holds you by your shoulders, says, "Yohm, if you believe what you've seen is real, and I believe in you, let's go find it." She smiles warmly into your face, at which moment you're taken out of your childish form. You return to this floating ethereal body, and you feel the currents of the light shift and weave you back out the archway into the sandy hallway you're in before, each of the archways in front of you twinkling inside like stars.
Pause once more, taking a deep breath, feeling an imaginary tear roll down my cheek, and in a flash, once more, pull towards the next archway.
As you do so, that familiar current pulling you inside, your ethereal form almost twisting and turning and flowing down and down, and the bright light shines and flashes into your eyes before you are thrown back into another form of your younger life. Not quite as young as before, slightly older. You find yourself a very unusual room, unusual for you, but one you remember distinctly as the study of one of the masters of the Artisans Guild. It's a room clad with deep mahogany oak, crafted exquisitely, crafts like you've never seen before, and quite frankly, you've never really had much appreciation for, but its skill is undeniable. The walls are lined with paintings of great vivid colour and imagination. And in front of you is Master Rundale, standing in front of a half-finished painting of Suncolt City with a brush in his hand, his large protruding moustache staring into your face, his bald head gleaming with light from the sun of the window that shines on top of it. And behind you, with hands on your shoulders, stands Elder Aya. You can hear her voice behind you, talking over your head to Master Rundale, pleading, "You must understand. Yohm is not like the other children, no. But if you knew what he was capable of, you'd certainly understand that it is a regrettable mistake to not have him as part of your guild." And Master Rundale, almost as if not talking to Elder Aya at all, but looking directly into your eyes, says, "We have no space for anyone who dillies and dallies with fancies of the desert. If you apply yourself to all sorts of things here and there, you apply yourself to nothing." Does Yohm remember what it was like to be standing there during that time?
He does. He remembers the frustration, the incompatibility that he was feeling in that moment. He felt like screaming out, "If only you could see what I see. Dilly-dally, wasting time with the desert." For a master, he had no idea. And it was up to Yohm to show him. It was up to Yohm to show everyone in that moment that they were wrong. And there was plenty of time for the desert. There was plenty of time for the journey. It wasn't all about the master craft and the end result. The work itself was worth it. And that was the defining moment which really put the last brick in the wall between Yohm and the future with the guilds. A life of independence was his from that point on, despite growing up with people like Elder Aya still, people who did care and support him. At that moment he knew they were all essentially useless to him, and he had to go and show them all what they were missing.
And as that memory of the rigid solidification of Yohm's feelings towards the guilds, and indeed the world and people, fills Yohm's body and soul, that anger and that forthrightness and that true understanding of where his life would lead from then on comes starkly back to you. The feelings rush through your body and uplifts your spirit once more out of that younger form back into your ethereal drifting form, and you are pulled once more through the currents. As you're pulled backwards away from the blinding light, the lights begin to dance and swirl, and colours appear to you. Colours swirl, lines and circles and twists and twirls present themselves to your eyes. You launched backwards almost as if you're moving through a sea of geometry and shape and colour. You can feel the electricity in the atmosphere around your ethereal form as you rush and rush backwards and slowly come to a halt in amongst a sea of swirling colours. And there, in front of you, the colours merge and form an eye, one single giant eye as large as the sky itself opens in front of you, and is surrounded by these swirling colours like jewels. And you can feel the presence of that eye looking at you and seeing you, really not just seeing what you look like but who you are, almost being able to understand the memories you've just seen, really feeling them with you. You can feel that, although it is unspoken. And a voice comes to you that you know comes from this presence, this perceiving eye. It says to you, "I've enjoyed living your life, Yohm. Will you help me?"
Yes, I will. Of course I will.
My life is a tumultuous one. I'm everywhere. I'm everything. I live multitudes. So much is needed of me, but I just wish to sleep. I must rest. Will you help me rest, Yohm?
I will. I will.
I knew you were someone to believe in. Suddenly, as you're overwhelmed by the presence and colour of this perceiving eye, your eyes open and you find yourself laying on the cot in your tent. The flapping of the fabric of your tent jostling in the wind. I've got a vague sort of a headache this morning, and your eyes feel especially sore. You don't have much time to consider your dream or how you've awoken, as the silhouette of Wren stands in the open doorway of your tent as he calls to you. Yohm, are you awake?
Aye. Yeah, just about right.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but we have a small situation.
Situation?
I'm hoping it is small, although it is rather large. It is better if you just see.
Yeah, of course. What is it?
Come this way. And it's not too long before you take but a few steps outside of your tent and adjust your eyes to the morning light before you see, just in front of you, above the ridge, the small valley that you've planted your encampment in, this huge, building-sized creature of yellow, almost like a coiling serpent, sat right on top of the ridge there, almost with its tail buried in the ground. And it's got these large, round eyes you remember before from the small mamu you encountered last night. And this is indeed gigantic spirit creature. It seems to have implanted itself right next to your encampment, and it's staring down at everyone, and you can see all of the young miners out of their tents just looking up at this gigantic creature in awe and shock and without any idea what to do. And Ren looks to you, says, "Please, tell me this is at least somewhat normal."
I look to him, and before I even get the words out, he can see what the face says. "I have no idea." And I immediately grab my staff, which is masquerading as a tent post at the moment, and just on pure instinct alone, march towards it.
As you grab your staff, march towards it, you have to part the young miners out of the way to get in front of it as they still stand stupefied. You look up at this huge mamu, larger than anything you've seen before. And you understand that this is going to be quite a different day to what you're expecting it to be. Last we left our intrepid desert guide Yohm. He'd just spent the night leading a group of miners from the Harvesters Guild to a remote mining location in the Schwertsuna Desert. And you'd gotten very near your intended destination when one of the fresh-faced miners had taken ill by the heat, and you decided that it was best to set up camp for the night. And during the night, you had extremely vivid dreams of memories from your past, followed by a striking vision of a great spirit creature of sorts that besought your help. And after these incredibly vivid imaginings of the night, now you find yourself waking up quite sharply. The first thing you feel in yourself is the warmth of the desert and the humidity within your tent, and the night has drained you a little bit, and you've got a bit of a pounding headache, and your eyes feel sore, much like having spent a day travelling through harsh winds of sands coming through your eyes almost. You've got this like sting in the corners. And then the first thing you see as you begin to stir is that bright, gleaming light just poking through the tent opening, glazing across your eyes and just increasing that sort of stingy pain and uncomfortableness. And the first thing you hear as your senses fully return to you is this tumult outside, this noise of agitated whispering and stomping feet through the sand, sometimes boisterous yelling between some of the young miners outside, and it seems like there's some sort of a commotion going on outside, and you're not given very much time to come back fully to your senses and the waking world before your tent door slides across and the face of Ren greets you there and blocks out that sun that was just striking you in the face. And you see Ren standing there, his quite agitated face, looking very grim. He stares at you, right where you lay, saying, "Yohm, we have a bit of a situation outside. You better get up, quickly."
Alright, yeah, I'm doing it.
And as soon as he said this, he turns right around and leaves you to wake up. What's the first thing you do?
Just inevitably going to give a bit of a rub down of his face and his eyes, see if he can alight some of that stinging sensation somewhat, and inevitably very quickly just throws on his boots and his big old sort of cloak over his top, because he still doesn't like to show himself too much in these parts. Drapes himself head to toe yet again and runs on out the tent door.
So Yohm does this very quickly, getting yourself together, and as soon as you brush past that tent door, immediately it's almost difficult to see what's going on through the rushing crowds of these miners, hastily pacing about almost without purpose. It seems like there's so many more of them than there actually are because of the vivid agitation that's happening in front of you. So as soon as you have a chance to get yourself together, you step on up, push back your tent door, and immediately are greeted by this buzzing hive of the young miners darting to and fro with hesitation, and it's so distracting at first that it takes you a second to notice the cause of this commotion, which is just off over the brow of the hill under which you've made your encampment. And to your surprise, there is this creature, a mamu to your estimation, but so much larger than anyone you've seen this close in the desert. It looms over your encampment. It's this huge, almost serpent-like head that sits with its chin to the ground of the desert and almost looks over your encampment. And the first most striking thing about it is the stark anger and discomfort and agitation in the expression of this serpentine face. Very unlike a yellow mamu you might have seen before. Very unlike the ones you saw last night. You know them to be playful. You know them to be little tricksters. This is this huge, perhaps the size of a 3-story building, towering over your encampment. And you can see just up ahead a very concerned Wren, wringing his hands together, looking up at this Mamu with a small crowd of young miners just around him, trying to agitatedly give him advice or yell their frustrations towards him. And you have to make your way through the crowd of agitated miners a little bit to get to Wren. But as you move past them and do, you can just see him staring up, and he's almost unaware of your presence, with worry as he stands there.
And as I creep up behind him, I suppose, I just reach out and put an arm on his shoulder off the bat. Wren, remember, you're not alone. Whatever this is, we'll solve it together. And take a deep breath, as it's probably quite clear to Wren at least that I'm putting on a little bit of bravado here myself in a otherwise very strange and potentially intense situation.
So this, usually quite stout and stern Wren actually gives a bit of a jump at your first hand on the shoulder. You see his whole dwarga, stone-like body almost like ripple through itself with the shock. But when he sees your face and he hears your words, he takes that deep breath with you and tries to take his own courage from the bravado that you're putting on.
And as soon as he calms down a second, I call out, not too loud, but to the men around us. Miners, steel yourselves. This creature means us no harm. And then I turn back to talk to Wren directly, a little bit quieter. Now, friend, what do you see on his face?
I see anger. This does not look good. Have you seen anything like this before?
Only on injured animals. Never on a Mamu. Never on anything like this.
Well, my intuition would say that we should leave immediately. But it seems this creature is directly on top of our sleds. And you can in fact see that it is directly on top of where last night you parked your sleds. The houndbacks having stepped away from this big creature. And they seem to be actually quite unfazed by it. But have moved themselves away.
Now, tell me, Wren, was this here when we arose? Or did one of you see it arrive?
It was here when the first miner awoke. We all woke up, a few of us woke up at the same time, and it was just here, staring at us.
It still is. Yoham's going to, with Wren sort of under his arm still, just slowly start pacing side to side, no more than, 5-10 feet or so. Keeping sort of visuals on the giant head and seeing if it pays us much attention as we move or if it's just surveying the landscape.
So as you take these gentle paces back and forth, you do in fact notice that these big, dark, inky black eyes, with its characteristic hexagonal pupils, are in fact almost surreptitiously trying to watch your movements, as if it doesn't want you to know. It cares quite deeply what you're doing.
Bizarre. Now, Wren, I assure you this creature means us no harm, but I am getting the feeling it might be interested in one of us here. Here, let me try something. Hold back. And I quickly skirt back to my tent very quickly and pop back out again after just grabbing one or two things and keeping eyes on this creature the whole time, making sure nothing drastic changes whilst I do so. And I'm going to pull out a couple of the strands of whistleweed that I gathered from last night, the ones that were presented to me by some yellow mamu. And for whatever reason, I'm going to try and, where I was standing before, place these little bits of whisperweed in the sand and then cover them up, bury them slightly. And then I'm going to swift around the sand, shuffle it, make it waves, like almost like a game of cups, and swizzle it around, and then pause for a moment, almost presenting my game to this giant mamu and seeing if there's any sort of feedback.
So as you grab your whistleweed and begin this intricate, playful dance of the sand, trying to imitate what you saw yesterday evening, you can see this very stern expression of the serpentine face begin to watch you inquisitively, and as you do, its expression softens just a little, and you can actually start to see the inky blackness of its eyes begin to gradually, subtly fade back to a palish yellow that you're more familiar with, and seems intrigued. And as you finish your dance of your hands and look up, wait for its reaction, it almost hesitates and quivers for a second before becoming rigid once more, and its eyes flushing back to inky blackness and watching you very carefully. And just as you do this, one of the miners from the back of the crowd pushes their way forward and comes straight towards Ren, and it's a face that you recognise, one that you saw last night, of the young Fey gentleman you remember being called Kieran. And he steps forward with a very self-righteous posture and waves a finger towards Ren and says, "This is ridiculous. Why are we giving this creature any credence? We should be attacking it, getting rid of it now."
And Yohm would definitely bite his lips a little at hearing that, first of all, before taking another breath again and replying in a better manner than Kieran deserved. "And in which matter of battle do you think you can accomplish this feat, huh? You'd sooner have more luck slaying a waterfall, felling a mountain. You know nothing of these creatures, do you?"
"I know enough of battle and how to get things done."
Very much query that. Now look at this thing. These mamu, they're closer to a force of nature than a living creature that you can fight with. It isn't angry. It doesn't want to attack. It is missing its nature. Can you not see that? Did you see the moment? They're curious creatures. They like to play. If we can bring it back once more, bring it back to itself, then maybe it will be gone.
"I don't have time for your speak of hocus pocus. I will not be stopped in my workings by any force of nature." And he steps right forward, past you and past Ren, and stands boldly, somewhat ignorantly, in front of this large serpentine head and says, "You there, beast. You will be gone now, and you will return our things so we may leave, or I will pass fury upon you." And just in that moment, you see very sharply this slithering tongue, much like a snake's, reel out of the mouth, very, very subtly open mouth of this serpentine mamu head, whoosh, curl and grip right around Kieran, he is yanked inside the mouth of this thing. And he has not time but for a very small yelp before he is consumed into the mouth, and the miners surrounding all let out sharp gasps, and there is more tumult and more pacing around, and certain numbers of them are beginning to collect their things and come further back from this serpentine creature, just staring. And Ren is now standing with jaw open and looks to you and says, "He means us no harm. What do we do, Yohm?"
I wish I knew. Just stay calm. Men, stay calm. Okay, it only did this when Kieran provoked it. Move back slowly and steadily. And pray. And then begin with Ren as well, but I maintain the slowest pace, so I want to be the closest one to this creature as we try to back off slightly, steadily, trying to get some distance and watching for any reaction that it gives.
And as you give the word to all the miners to back up, and you yourself slowly step away, and you can see these 20 or so young people sort of bending their knees and very gently backing away, a lot of fear in their eyes. You can see this Mamu almost seems to gain a confidence, seems to gain a bravado almost, and it rises ever so slightly, revealing a little bit of its neck and what would appear to be much, much more of a longer serpentine body underneath the sand beneath it. But it doesn't go too much further, just rises up out of the sand a little bit. And then you see it begin to open its mouth slowly wide and wide. And then you see this almost like a vacuum of air come from the back of its head into an opening. And then it's almost as if to blow out a burst of air. It blows through its mouth, and this wind is produced from the vacuum from behind, and you're all taken aback, some of which the miners are blown onto the floor by this large gust of wind that kicks up sand and knocks over some tents, almost as if it's trying to get you to keep doing what you're doing. And as it finishes blowing, this large opening in its mouth shuts up, and it sits back into the sand. And you're all a little bit further back than you once were, and your camp is in a little worse for wear.
And frantic breathing going on, trying to stay calm in the face of potential certain death. And Ren, you're not going to like this, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You're going to have to take your boys with you.
I am not going to like that, you're correct. There's one of my men in there. Where will I go? I cannot return to the guild without one of my men.
Yeah, let me figure that one out, but at this rate, we might not be returning to the guild at all. So, please get your men and go.
Yohm, we have no sleds. We only have the handbags. We cannot travel by ourselves.
You can. Trust them. They will find somewhere safe. And no matter what, I'll be able to find them. Now go. Slowly, calmly, still, but go. I cannot tell you why, but this creature, it wants something to do with me.
Ren stares up at you, This little hunched over, rockish form gawps at your face in utter shock, but he's hearing your words. He stares into your face as you say these words. And you see this look of confusion for a moment as he looks really deeply into your eyes. And then almost drops the thought that he had and comes back to where he is in the situation. It's almost as if he had a small daydream in your eyes themselves. But he comes back to his senses.
There's no time for farewells, Ren. I will find you. Leave.
Okay. You make sure you find us. And he turns around to the young miners. You heard what he said. Slowly, carefully. Let us head to the south. Go. And he himself picks up the things in the bags that surround him, very carefully gathers together his men, and they all make their way slowly over the duned hill towards the south, leaving their encampment. And as they do, you can see Ren every so often looking over his shoulder back at you, not really wanting to leave you, but and just before they make it over the hill, you see Ren shuffling his way back down the hill over towards you. He says, "Don't worry, I will go. I will heed your word, but please, take this. You may need it more than I will." And out of his small satchel at his side, he hands you this round, polished, very bright piece of bright stone. Almost lens-like in its shape, its convexness. And in the center of it is this exquisitely carved, rune-like looking symbol. He says, "I was gifted this by a friend from one of the other guilds. It is the gift of illumination. I have not yet used it, but it is meant to make bright what is dark.
No.
Make seen what is unseen."
I've heard the legend. Fine. I guess you've got the same bad feeling I do, don't you?
Oh, I hope I am wrong.
Me too. Now go. Don't look back.
We will see you soon, Yohm.
No. And then I turn to face the serpent once more and begin arcing around in a not completely opposite direction that the miners went, but trying to steer the attention of the creature away from the people leaving and focusing purely on me, alone.
And as you hear the hurried footsteps of Ren dart off over the hill and you make your movements, you can see pretty clearly that it is very much mostly interested in yourself and where you happen to be moving. And as you move from left to right and try and grab its attention, and you get just that little bit closer than you were before, you can see it begins to stiffen more and feel once again more threatened. And its mouth begins to open up wide again, and this vacuum of air begins to plume behind it, and you can see that it's about to try and do the same thing it did before to get you away from it, and its mouth opens and opens wider.
Get ready with my staff in hand, plant it deep into the sand, as deep as I can muster, root my legs down. I will hold fast.
As you pound your staff into the ground and this air begins to almost flow through you into the mouth, of this serpent. Its mouth expands, and once again, a rush of air flows right past you, like a mighty storm, and you're almost knocked back off your feet, gripping hard onto your staff, the wind and the sand blowing up into your eyes, almost knocking your cloak off. But you remain rigid, exactly where you are, and you can see almost a grimace on the face of this serpent in frustration.
At this point, the heart is pounding, blood is pumping, and determination set in. As much as this man might not be worthy of saving, I cannot let a friend down. So, after the last bellow from this serpent, I pick myself up and I take another step forward, and another, as far as I can go, as close to this creature as it will allow me.
And as you begin to take those steps forward, you can see this Mamu getting more and more rigid, and its brow furrowing, and you can almost feel its seething energy until you're very close to the Mamu. Closer now even than Kieran was when he first accosted it. And with dark, black, inky eyes staring directly at you, not 10 feet away, this sharp tongue unfurls from the mouth and comes straight towards you. Roll me dexterity.
This is hopefully something Yohm's quite good at, and that will be a 22.
As the tongue unfurls and darts towards you as fast as a wild animal would, Yohm's keen reflexes, attuned to the fast movements of the desert, sees it coming in a flash, and you just manage to roll yourself out of the way of this tongue, which goes on for some 20 feet behind you and snaps back into the mouth of this creature, who is at first startled and then very, very upset. And its eyes turn to fix on where you rolled away to, and its mouth opens up again, and it begins to raise itself out of the ground, and its jaw opens so wide and comes right above Ren's head, towering over and blocking out the shining sun that beats down on him. And you can see its eyes moving sharply like a very enraged wild animal, and sharply comes down to the ground and right over the top of Yohm. Roll me a dexterity, though this won't go well for Yohm.
That one's a 7.
This certainly will not. This large serpentine head, with its teeth jagged, comes crashing down on top of Yohm, and Yohm is plunged into darkness. And as all the sand is kicked up into the air and all over his body, it seems to settle on the ground, and suddenly, in this pitch blackness, you feel very cold. The heat of the desert has dissipated, and it's almost as if you've suddenly found yourself in some kind of underground cavern. It's that sort of chill and deep, deep darkness you find yourself in. And the only light that you can see is that of the bright stone that happens to be on you, but it's so dull that you can only see inches from where it is on your person. Otherwise, you stand on a sandy ground in a pitch black, cool, dark, cavernous space.
He breathes for a second and wonders whether or not he's still alive. Upon realising that he definitely is, clutches that bright stone rune that Ren just gave him oh so deeply and holds it to his chest. And then tries, because he's never used one of these before, tries to activate its magic.
So as you grab that stone and focus on its energy that it seems to be giving you, and you feel that bounce back, that reverberation of energy comes back. Roll me a d22. See its effectuality.
18.
As you focus on this stone, the stone itself begins to get brighter and brighter until it starts to expand its illuminating power. And the light that emanates from it seems to ripple across the environment around you. And as it does so, you find yourself somewhere very unexpected. The light almost slinks rapidly across the floor like spilt ink along the floor and up the walls of this new place you find yourself in, and it trickles along and up plants and flowers that open up, and up the trunks of trees with large pine-like boughs that droop down over your head, and up and over along the walls of stony, stalactitey, cavernous cliff faces almost on either side of you, but they carry on up and over your head, and you find yourself in some kind of cave-like entrance way, covered in foliage, a bed of flowers and a bed of grasses and tall trees that loom over your head, almost as if you're in some kind of dream-like forest, a place that you've only really heard about and very rarely been to. But everything around you seems very dreamlike. These plants, these flowers, these trees, they don't seem solid or real. They exude this iridescent kind of wavering texture, almost as if they were spirit-like in form. But if you knelt down to touch something, you find that it is tangible, but oh so dreamlike. And ahead of you is a fairly clear forest path that leads to a smaller entranceway to another part of this cavern. And behind you, you can see this stony dead end, really, that looks distinctly like the closed mouth of a snake, with its teeth interlocked.
Just look around for a moment in this initial chamber and look behind me, specifically for any signs of Kieran, first of all, before getting too lost in the just alien nature of my environment. And then we're soon to go and, just like you mentioned, try and grab some of this plant life, see if I can, pick up a branch from one of the trees if the rocks will crumble under my touch, testing if this is, the reality that I know.
So a quick scan around for Kieran, or indeed anyone else in the space, proves fruitless. You do appear to be fairly alone in this forest-like place. As you begin to test the environment around you, pick up a flower, and you can feel the roots of it coming away, and as you do it, it feels very much like pulling a flower out of the ground, but as you hold it in your hand, it begins to slightly wilt and wither, and it gets thinner and more textureless in your hand until eventually the flower fades away like steam almost.
What strange creations. No one will believe a thing about this. He kind of harkens back to his younger days, when the world seemed like this, seemed unreal and unknowable, and almost ever so closely feels a hint of excitement and drum up in him. That determination refreshing itself once more. For someone who has always wandered, the path ahead seems perfectly clear. He holds that stone tightly in his left arm, his staff in his right. Final look around the now slammed shut mouth of this serpent, just really letting the image soak in. And then he marches down towards that small passageway in the search for Kieran.
So, Yohm, the intrepid desert guide, you've spent the last couple of days guiding a group of young miners from the Harvesters Guild to a remote location in the Schwertsuna Desert. You travelled for a few days and found yourself in some trouble. The morning of your approach to the mining location, you woke up to find something unusual, something you don't usually see in this desert landscape, and that is a huge yellow mamu spirit creature in the form of a large serpent's head sticking out of the sandy ground, looming over your encampment, much to the dismay and disorientation of the young and panicked miners. Their leader, Ren, woke you up bleary-eyed in the morning to announce the arrival of this huge and hostile Mamu creature, seeking your guidance as someone who knows more of these creatures than the rest. And as I say, this is something that you'd not seen before, but before you'd had a chance to actually establish the situation and find out the intentions of this oddly aggressive Mamu creature, one of the young miners, Kieran, who you'd met previously, stepped forward to the group with some arrogance in an attempt to banish this creature, quite ignorantly so. It seemed to anger the Mamu spirit, at which point it stretched out a long yellow tongue and consumed Kieran, much to the panic and fright of Ren and the rest of the miners, at which point you requested that they make leave from the encampment while you deal with the situation. After trying some tricks that you were familiar with towards the Mamu, you realized quickly that the usual jovial nature of these creatures was not within this angry-looking, black-eyed yellow Mamu creature, and it too consumed you. You were swept inside the mouth of this huge serpent, but when the dust settled and you utilized the bright stone rune that Ren had given to you, illuminating the area around you, you realized that you were somewhere that wasn't quite what you might have expected. You found yourself, oddly, in a forest, a place with tall, lush, rich trees with boughs that arced over your head, and long, waving grasses on the floor, this yellowy, spongy moss at your feet, all kinds of floral foliage lining the trunks of these trees, in what appeared to be some large, cavernous area as you looked to the sky and through what you could see past the branches was this yellowy, rocky surface. Quite unexpected. In the middle of the desert, no less. And the kind of place you only really ever heard of and had very few opportunities to visit in your life, living on the desert plains. However, it's very apparent to you that your environment is not quite what it seems. Everything has a tinge of iridescence to it. Every branch, every leaf, every petal seems to almost waver and flicker out of existence, like a ghost or a spirit in front of you. And you can very much feel this dream-like texture that surrounds everything. And one of the most poignant aspects of your environment is that whilst you can see this rich foliage, hear these nature sounds around you, there's no smell to anything or any smell that you might associate with a forest that might usually be fragrant in its pine leaves and floral aromas. So this at first seems quite strange to you. As you look behind you, you can see the cavern wall, and it looks as if it's made of giant snake's teeth, almost like stalactites interwoven together, like a jaw clenched shut. And in front of you appears to be a forest path that leads to a small cavernous archway that you might even need to duck under to traverse through. And to your left and right, as I say, these trees and grasses and foliage that seem quite dense, and you can't actually see to the back of them. As Yohm stands here and takes in his surroundings, what are his first thoughts?
Am I? No, couldn't be. He chuckles to himself as he pats himself down firmly, feeling his still corporeal form in this otherworldly place. Takes a moment to sink it all in, see these sights, which, as you mentioned, he's only ever dreamt of, and I guess without much thought, he'd probably immediately start wafting over to one of these strange parts of foliage, just to reach down like a child and touch it, almost try to pull off a leaf, just soak in this otherwise entirely alien surrounding for a second.
So as Yohm bends down towards one of these leaves, his fingertips on the petals of this interesting floral plant, the first one in front of him, the first of many interesting ones on the forest floor, his first thought, his first reaction is to the chill that he feels from the petal, oddly cold. As he rubs it between his fingers, it certainly feels like a normal flower petal. But as he pulls it away from the plant itself, it begins to almost evaporate, like it were water in his hands, almost as if he'd pulled it from the dream and removed it from his environment, and it slowly dissipates and is no more.
Most peculiar. He just turns around once more and tries to force into memory exactly how he ended up in this spot, using those giant stalagmite-like teeth as a reminder. And before eking forward, I guess he'll take one step back and I guess just cast his hands up and down these teeth, this wall, try and ascertain if they truly are just clenched shut, or if it is another trick of the mind and it has become this new environment altogether.
So as Yohm turns around and heads to this wall of teeth, one of the first things he notices is that the stone has an odd yellow fluorescence to it. And this would strike Yohm as still somehow being a part of this Mamu that consumed him because of the fluorescent yellow that he would associate with this kind of Mamu. However, as he runs his hands along these teeth, as it were, they certainly feel like stone, like mineral, and whilst they look like intertwined teeth that are clenched shut, They are firm and solid and fused, almost as if it were a formation that were carved out of the rock rather than ever having been separate and then put together.
He just takes a moment again to, I suppose, accept this new reality he's found himself in as someone who's had to rely on his senses so often in his life, to try and step away from that for a moment and realise why he's here. Find Kieran. To take nothing at face value and just to keep moving forward. So holding that bright stone nice and tight, he's going to head towards the small opening that lays further through this little forest.
Clutching his bright stone that illuminates his way as he goes, he heads towards this small archway which seems to lead out of this cavernous area Yohm is in. And like I say, it's a little confined to get through. So Yohm has to duck down, hunch his back into this little tunnel, running his hands and elbows along the sides. Once again, feeling very much like this is solid rock, but still with that quality of fluorescent yellow, much like the yellow moss that lays on the ground as well. It all has this Mamu-esque texture or colour to it, but the feeling of it is very natural, as if it were real. The tunnel is not too long, but it inclines slightly downward until you get to the exit, and you find yourself at a stark drop. And as you look out, you see in front of you more forest, more flora in a much wider area, as if the place you were in was a mere enclosure of what was a much more vast forest plain. But you can see that you're looking above the trees, and as you look down you see that you've approached an entranceway where the floor is about 15-20 feet down by your estimate, and it seems to be a stark drop to the forest floor.
If only Grams could see this. Just looking out, just still in awe over this canopy in front of him. Again, a sight just never seen before by him. I guess before trying to proceed any further, maybe even against his better judgment, he's gonna let out a call. Kieran! And then he waits.
As Yohm lets out this bellowing call to the vastness in front of him, he can even hear it echo back to him, whereupon he gets a scale of how large the area is in front of him, and it feels like he's shouting into a valley, though he can't see much further than the dense foliage of trees in front of him. That shout alone lets him know he is not in the desert anymore. But as he waits and listens, aside from the flutter of a few birds in a distant tree. Nothing seems to come back.
None of this makes any sense. What was it Ren said? As he looks down to the stone he's been holding in his hand. It'll show that which can't be seen. And he looks in front of him at the drop ahead. And he kind of just holds his arm out forward with the stone clutched in it, looking down before the drop. And then just lets go of it. And watches to see where it lands, just beneath him.
As Yohm presses hard on this stone, thinking about the mysteries he wishes to be unveiled, stretches his hand out in front of the drop and watches as he lets go and the stone rushes to the ground. He peers over and sees it bounce upon the soft yellow mossy floor 20 feet below. And as he does, he can see bright white light rush from the stone along the forest floor in front of him, down below. And he can see it rush along the path. But the full view of where this light seems to be going is occluded by the tree branches, and he might have to get lower to the ground to see exactly where that line of light began to travel.
Well, he's gonna, like you say, follow the light then, and I suppose once more reach down to the ground around him, try and find a decent footing, a vine perchance to grasp onto. Takes one final deep breath and will start to try and lower himself down.
So as Yohm positions his body to try and make his way down this cliff face that runs towards the forest floor, he immediately notices that this might be quite difficult, there being no vines. However, the surface of the rock itself seems to be perhaps cut, perhaps worn in a way where it has some foot and handholds that he might use. However, this would be a tricky climb, even for someone who was quite adept. So I'll get you to roll for his success.
And that would be a 2.
So as Yohm begins to lower himself down, clutching his hands on the precipice of the cliff face and sliding his feet down the rocks, he manages to get a foothold on what seems quite stable, but then just begins to crumble underneath him and almost evaporate into nothing as it does so, which unfortunately makes Yohm lose his footing, and he slides with his hands against the rocks down towards the forest floor. A lot of friction caused against his hands and his legs, and he collapses onto the mossy ground, which fortunately is quite soft and breaks his fall. But he's pretty hurt by this, and he specifically has a bit of damage to his ankle as he lands. Not so bad that he can't walk on it, but it is going to impede his speed and his agility a little bit. But after a moment of laying on the forest floor to recover himself, he's able to get up. And as he does so, he finds himself once again surrounded by the forest. Behind him, this large cliff face, which has just fallen down, which he now notices seems to have almost runic symbology carved into it. It could almost look like that was some sort of strange natural formation in the way that it swirls and curves, but he wouldn't be surprised if he later found out that someone had put these markings here. They look so specific and intentional. As he turns around, he can see in front of him there is a pathway lined by trees and rocky boulders, and he can also see there's a pathway to his left and to his right, lined by trees, rocky boulders, all with this mossy yellow forest floor. And looking up now, he can see just over the boughs of these ethereal pine trees just little glimmers of what looks like a sky, a pale yellow bright sky.
Now this is all too absurd. First I'm falling on a damn 20-foot climb, and now the sky's turning yellow. God help me, what's next? And he looks to his left and he looks to his right. He looks down on the floor beneath him, having a moment of thinking this. If I fell down there, there's no way Kieran was going to make it back up. And I try to look for any signs of other disturbance, or if there's any foliage been damaged much in the way that might have done since I stumbled down the rock as well.
So, as you look around, the stone that lays on the ground, glowing bright white, shoots light in a straight line right ahead of you, and seems to almost stop or split off on the path ahead of you, maybe a good 50 feet straight forward. You'd have to walk along the way a bit to find out precisely how that light dissipates. But that's where the stone seems to be leading you. As you look to your left and your right, the forest seems to get dense on either side. It's difficult to see quite what lies ahead on those paths. But in terms of any signs that someone else may have been here before, there appear to be no footprints, no broken branches, no trails or cut paths through the foliage at all. It's almost as if you're one of the first people to have set foot in this forest.
My. Bends down to pick that stone up once more and just checking what he's almost certainly already sure of, and sort of spins around on the spot for a moment, maybe walks 10 foot one way, 10 foot the other. Does the light change direction at all? Does it emit anything at a different strength? Does it signal anything else as he starts moving around, or is it still guiding him forward?
As he picks up the stone and moves it around, you can see that the light only ever stretches with him to move, but the path that it leads continues to remain the same.
And then it's pretty clear what he must do. He starts slightly slower than before, trudging on forward.
So, as Yohm moves along the forest path, now in awe of the much larger and more varied forest foliage in front of him, these huge flowers that look unreal, almost as if Yohm himself has shrunk down to a tiny size, with these giant shining petals. Strange looking almost mushroom trees that attach themselves to the trunks of these looming pines. He comes to a certain point along the path, following the light as he goes, and he can see that the path carries on straight, much in the same way that he's been travelling already, but the light seems to diverge off the path to where there is no path, to where in fact on either side there are merely rocky boulders, piled up boulders that go over the height of Yohm's head, maybe twice the height of his head, and this light seems to just hit the rocks on either side and stop.
Always the tactile man that he is, I guess. First port of call would be trying to slowly shovel out a couple of those stones, if he can shift any of those boulders slightly, and try and estimate if that's a route that's even possible to take, should he choose to devote the time to it.
Does Yohm decide to do this on the left-hand side or the right-hand side first?
He chuckles to himself as that thought comes to mind, as a old expression of Graham's pops back into his mind. When in doubt, always go left. And he spins, he walks towards the rocky outcrop in there and gets down once more, begins trying to just dig it out a little bit.
So he spins around to his left, brushes past some of the long grassy foliage to get to the rocky outcrop. And as he just extends his hand towards the boulders and rubble to try and lift some of it out, as his hand stretches to grab it, he realizes that it passes straight through in a way in which he can no longer see his hand. It almost looks like it's stuck inside the rock, but feels very free moving, almost as if the rock weren't there at all.
He just stills himself for a moment at that thought, as it's almost sends him wobbling and to be in such a strange place already, and then to see your hand vanish before your eyes at this sight which everything's telling you to be real, and to not be able to grab it once more again, just another trick of the mind. He's trying to just keep repeating itself into his head, just do not trust what you see, take everything at face value and keep moving forward. So with another deep breath, his hand still firmly in front of him within that rock, he's going to take a solid stride into it and wish for the best.
Yohm, taking a deep breath and a solid stride forward, passes directly through the boulders and rubble, and with just a small wisp of a cold chill, leaves the forest path and finds himself somewhere new and different. To either side of him are these pale yellow crystalline walls, almost like gems of glass that appear vaguely mirrored, and he can almost look at himself if it weren't for the strange glistening distortions that meant he can only see somewhat of silhouette of himself in the reflection of this glass. But this place seems to be quite bright despite it being covered with this glass structure to either side of him and his head. It's quite a narrow pathway he's now in. Looks like a crystal cave. As he looks out in front of him, he can see that the path begins to turn to the right slightly. And as he moves forward, he can see, as he turns the corner, these almost naturally formed stairs that aren't quite perfect but are still definitively steps made of this crystalline material. One set of steps that seem to go up and one that go down.
It's all so strange. Every step I take, it feels more and more like a dream. Yet if I touch this crystal right next to me, I can hear it twang, and the floor beneath me is as solid as ever. And a question pops into his mind for the first time, potentially in his life. Do Mamu dream? And without even really thinking about where he's going at this point, follows the stairs down.
Pondering this question in his mind, he heads down the crystal steps. The steps that he now sees begin to spiral slightly, and as he carries on, the light that seems to emit itself from this crystalline material begins to dim, and Yohm sees himself entering a slightly darker place. And as he carries on down the spiral stairs, his visibility begins to get less and less, until he finds himself at the bottom of these steps in a very, very dim place in what he believes to be a very, very small enclosure. And though he can't quite see very well, he can hear a whimpering, almost like the crying of a small animal in need. But with the nature of the material of the cave around him, the sound seems to bounce about the walls, and without proper investigation, he can't quite make out where it's coming from in this dim, small enclosure.
And immediately that strikes a chord with Yohm, who has spent more time with animals over the last few years than any of the humanoid races of this world. And I think the last thing he'd want to do is to cause any more stress or concern for an injured creature. So before just wafting around in the blind darkness, I think he'd just sit down on the floor in front of him and gently just begin to tap, maybe even a little bit of that bright stone that he's holding just onto the floor, just gently, just mimicking the sounds of a creature scuttering through the sand, the kind of creature that he knows and is accustomed to. And again, just waits for some kind of reaction.
So as Yohm assumes this almost meditative position on the ground, holding the bright stone tight, beginning to tap along the floor, and the stone begins to glow, just slightly, enough to see the small space around him. But after a little bit of time, he begins to see a bright yellow glowing underneath him, below the floor upon which he sits, almost as if he can see through the floor to another place where this glowing yellow light sits. As Yohm looks down past the floor in front of him towards it, it almost makes sense to him that that is indeed where the sound is coming from as well.
And from that, still nice and low to the ground, nice and slow as well, he'll begin just feeling along this crystalline surface, trying to investigate it further, see if there are any slight indents, any further steps, any trapdoors or hatches, so to speak, any ways hiding further descent down.
How long does Yohm spend doing this?
I think if he can still see that light, or if he can still sense that creature that he heard, he'd definitely go at it for a while still.
So having spent a little while trying to feel his way around this dim room, stretching his hands along the floor on the walls of this, again, crystalline, cavernous area, feeling out across the smooth, glassy surfaces, it all seems quite fused together, and there's no obvious trapdoors or passageways or anything outside of what is really this sort of like 10 foot by 10 foot caved area. What he does come across in the very back far corner of these rooms, he almost misses them at first, but after going over them again, just these small, almost like grates or holes, not big enough to fit anything larger than your finger inside of. But they seem to go downwards. How far? Yohm couldn't say.
For a moment he'll pull his ear close to one of these small little holes and see if the sound's any clearer from there.
As he leans down, ear to these great like holes, the whimpering sound of this animal, creature, Yohm couldn't say, certainly becomes clearer. It's very gentle, it's very soft, but Yohm can hear it. But now with his ear to the ground, he can hear also much clearer a new sound, this gentle sound of what sounds like rushing water, almost like a fast flowing river of sorts.
A shudder goes down his spine as that's a sound he wouldn't have heard for many a year now. But still, as he is known to do, he reaches down to that hole once more and just lets out more of a whisper for his own accord than anything else, but don't you worry, help is on the way. As he slowly clambers to his feet, looks around again and decides not to puzzle his mind too much more with the unrealities of this place and how lights can be seen through the floor and rivers rushing right beneath us, and turn back to head up the stairs, and then up the stairs even more, where he knows from a moment ago with, I guess, just a strange wish more than anything, that in this surreal place that he's in, that maybe that might just be the right way to go.
So leaving this dim area back up the stairs, once again into this bright crystal cavern, ascending the steps this time, which also spiral upwards, with light getting brighter and brighter as he does so. And when Yohm finally reaches the top, he is greeted with a circular enclosure of very exotic looking trees, different from the trees he'd seen when he first arrived in this place, almost like pines that twist and bend and arc in strange, almost serpent-like ways. Above him, he can see very clearly the pale yellow sky of this realm he is in. At the floor is once again this spongy, yellow grassy moss. And as he steps forward in this area, you can see that he is now quite high up, perhaps 100 feet above this large forest plain. Hundreds of trees below him. And over some distance, a good few 100 feet away, up high, Yohm can see a small opening in the forest and what looks like firelight, which looks like several dotted bonfires lit in the open. It's difficult to see from this distance, but what looks like moving creatures, and potentially what Yohm believes to be a humanoid figure in the centre of them.
Whilst he's up here and seeing this, he's going to pay attention to his other senses just for a second more and check if it's still all the same as when he first entered into this new strange space where he can see and hear everything as if it's a new reality, but his sense of smell, is that still absent?
He takes a deep breath through his nose. He can still sense that there seems to be no fragrance to anything, although double checking over himself, he begins to smell his hands, smell his clothes, which do still have a fragrance. It's almost as if it's the reality itself that doesn't lend itself to that scent.
So there's no chance of catching sort of smoke on the wind.
Yohm can certainly see smoke pluming from these fires, but no smell that accompanies it.
And I guess from his experience of navigating, even if it's in a very different world than this, do the fires in the clearing, do they seem to be sharing the same bearing that the light was displaying not too long ago when it was down on the floor?
The same sort of directionality that it was giving. It would be hard to say. Is this the light that you saw in the dim cavern, or the light that you saw when you first entered?
In the dim cavern, when it started to hint at a direction.
Yohm, with a fairly good sense of direction from his desert travels, will have a good bearing on that still. And he would feel that light that he saw in the dim cavern was still almost directly below him, where he stands. Whereas what he's looking at now is a few hundred feet away from that position, far off on the forest floor.
Before doing anything else too rash, then I suppose he's going to just spectate for a moment longer and mostly try to ascertain if that humanoid figure is indeed humanoid, and if it seems to be moving and interacting with the world around it, and just trying to really get a grasp on what it is Yohm's seeing.
Sure. Roll for the success of this, given that it is a strange world and these are strange happenings.
That'll be a 10.
So as Yohm leans over the cliff face and looks out to watch these goings on for a little longer to see if he can ascertain what's going on, it is still quite indistinct, but these creatures that seem to be lingering near the fires definitely have a fluorescent yellow quality to them and seem possibly snake-like in nature, though quite larger than any sand serpents you may have seen in your time. But they seem to be moving in regular patterns, almost like dancing. And this humanoid figure that stands in the middle appears to be slightly raised above the rest of them. Is flailing its hands, almost as if it's gesticulating. Hard to tell whether it's perhaps dancing with them, trying to communicate a command. But from what you can interpret from the energies of these creatures and the humanoid, it seems to be the humanoid seems to be in control of whatever is going on.
And after looking over the edge once more and sort of truly, I guess, just straight up peering over the sort of border to get a gauge on the height and the scale of where Yom's standing, he'll then pop down the stairs once more, a solid idea of where he needs to head. But yet that strange whimpering growing ever more present on his mind, not being able to let that go, definitely not forgetting about it, but with no obvious course of action to take next. He's gonna trust his gut and try the alternative wall of boulders that he's fairly sure will be illusory of nature as well. See if he has any luck that way. And as he does this time, he's going to count to himself a little bit, not necessarily the seconds that go by and not necessarily even the steps that he's taking, but I guess just trying to get a gauge and a grip on this new reality of his and seeing if time or his perspective of it at least is any different here than before. So I guess he's trying to get his tools together, so to speak, figure out what he can trust and what he should be a bit more aware of going forward.
Is there any specific kind of marker to the counting? Does he aim to count with reference to something?
I guess ever since he was a little child, he'd probably do the same sort of thing. He always did it, or he used to start off doing it at least, when he began exploring to begin with, and he would do this as his own sort of way of trying to keep track of where he was and how far he had gone in a desert. And so he'd always imagining just passing Mamu, and then so how many Mamu would he imagine passing in his walks, much akin to in our real world, maybe when we're traveling and you'd be counting trees or cars that you go past. So not a strict unit of measurement as much as just a personal count to let you know that the journey is in fact going ahead instead of just being entirely still.
Just a little analogous kind of personal timekeeping strategy, I suppose. Okay, sure.
It's a good way to make sure, like you said, that you're still going forward.
Well, Yohm begins to meditate on this, and keeping this in mind, looking out once more over the landscape in front of him, begins to head down the stairs and back via the path he came. And we'll find out what Yohm discovers next time. So last we left Yohm. He was in the middle of an excursion into the Schwertsuna Desert with the young group of miners from the Harvesters Guild, and found himself in a situation having to rescue a young and rather arrogant miner, Kieran, who tried to somewhat naively face up to a huge, gigantic, and seemingly angered Mamu spirit, unlike any that Yohm had personally seen before in the Schwertsuna Desert. Kieran was quickly consumed by this spirit creature, and instructing the rest of the miners to flee, Yohm entered into the creature himself and is in the process of looking for Kieran, having found that once he entered this serpent-like creature, inside was something quite unexpected. A different world, a dream-like world. An iridescent forest, huge, with looming pine trees and great foliage, weird and wonderful, varied flora. He also came to discover that things weren't quite as they seemed as he travelled through this forest landscape, finding he was able to pass through stones, finding different pockets of environments seemingly impossible to be next to each other. Great forests at one moment, crystal caverns at the next. And after having explored trepidatiously just for a while, having heard sounds of a whimpering creature perceivably trapped beneath the ground below his feet, having climbed high and seen creatures circling one another in a forest opening, led by some humanoid type creature off in the distant forest, Yohm decided to backtrack and take another path that was shown to him by the illuminating bright stone that seemed to be pointing to ways unseen. And so as he came down those crystal steps, passed through the rocky rubble, back into the forest opening, and towards the next cliff face, once again reaching out and his hand passing straight through it, he again finds he can step right through. And as he does so, feeling that strange chill over his body in the transition, now emerges in this almost glacier-like environment. There appears to be a soft, powdery snow beneath his feet, and the walls either side of him in this narrow passageway appear to glisten and undulate as if made of ice. All still with this iridescent, ethereal texture to it. And as he begins to walk down the path through this narrow passageway, bending slightly to the left, he's once again greeted with an opening and a sheer drop of around 15-20 feet below him. And as he stands above, looking down on this new area, this new opening, he can see a small circular enclosure with these crooked, almost jagged looking giant vine-like trees that create the circle of this opening and have small icy spikes that stick out. And running in the center of this circular enclosure is a flowing river that shimmers and glistens and almost glows very slightly with a white blue light. And on the far side of the river, Yohm can see something, he's unsure what, stuck in between the edge of the riverbank and the river itself, with part of this material-like item flapping in the flowing water, almost as if it might get dragged away downstream at any moment. But as it stands, Yohm sits looking down with a sheer drop in front of him, about 15 to 20 feet.
Well, reflecting on his last incident with a relatively sheer drop, he kind of nurses his tender ankle once more and soaks in the atmosphere around him just for a moment. He's never seen snow before, but he's heard plenty about it from his old friend Wren. White sand, he used to call it. But never warm to the touch, always so cold. And to feel it with his fingers and see it with his own two eyes, to put into reality something which he'd only heard stories of before. He's just another strange step into this serpent and enlightening him to the world which he's just never seen. Keeps begging of the questions, wrapping around in his head. How has it come to be this way? How has anyone found this or survived in here before? Thinking of the mysterious figure. Thinking of the creature too, and the sound of flowing water that he heard not too long ago. And despite his best judgments telling him otherwise, he's going to have to find a way down. So he begins investigating once more, down to his hands, onto his knees, patting around the edge of this precipice and seeing if there's any safe way to descend at all.
So as Yohm gets down to his hands and knees and runs his arms along this sheer cliff face, he can once again see that although this cliff seems to be made of this icy, glossy kind of material, it seems to have similar engravings or etchings or natural formations in it that might allow him to get a hand or a foothold, although this time being a little bit more difficult due to the slippery nature of this ice. Although it would certainly be a difficult feat, especially given his previous fall. As he looks further around the edge of where he stands, there are strong, jutting out icicles and what seems to be mineral-like rock just on the precipice near his feet that perhaps a rope could be attached to, potentially.
He's going to have to try. I can't go back again. And yeah, it's been so many years since he's seen what could realistically be considered a body of water. So he'll need to get down there, no matter the cost. But nonetheless, he will try and hope to secure a rope to the most sturdy of outcroppings he could find, and hopefully prove to be a smoother descent than the last time.
So as Yohm grabs the rope from his bag and prepares as best he can, I'll get you to roll just once more for his success, as this will be a challenge.
That's an 8.
So as Yohm attempts to climb down, he's secured his rope quite well to one of the extruding spikes of mineral on the precipice above. But as he holds on tight to the rope and begins to secure his feet onto the edge of the cliff, he finds it just too slippery and is unable to have the dexterity needed, especially considering his ankle is already weak, to carefully lower himself down. And as such, he slides and falls, managing well enough to have the presence of mind to let go of the rope before he burns himself against it, but does land back with his head and back on the floor as he hits the powdery snow underneath him. Feels that hard, cold jolt.
Damn it to hell. He lays there for a second, just looking up above him in this sea of snow. And is the sky the same yellow glow as previous?
As Yohm looks up, he can see that it is once again this pale yellow sky that he can see just poking through the boughs of these crooked, spiky, tree-like plants that surround him.
Dusts himself off once more and clambers slowly to his feet. I think it's probably about now as well he retrieves that staff from it's been sitting behind his backpack for a while now. He's going to start leaning on that quite a bit more as he's going forward. Can't rely on his usual abilities like he'd like to, but nonetheless his determination's still strong. He wants to get down to that river. He wants to feel the flowing water on him just for a moment.
Sure thing. So as Yohm grabs his staff and begins to use it as a impromptu walking stick, it's not very long before he reaches this flowing body of water in front of him. He's only trudge a few paces through the snow. And so this body of water, perhaps 10 feet wide, flows in front of him, and it has this sparkling quality to it. It seems to, like I say, glow with this bluish, whitish light. And one of the first things Yohm will notice is that it's one of the first things he's noticed that has a fragrance to it. And it smells distinctly sharp, distinctly citrusy almost, in the way that bright stone will smell if you've had it in your hands for a long time and you smell your palms. It's a smell Yohm recognises in that way. And if he looks to his right, he'll see that the water seems to be rushing towards him from that direction. From through the dense, let's call them vine trees in this wintry forest. And you can just about make out that it seems to be coming from the inside of a cave, perhaps, but the entrance is very narrow and very low, and if Yohm was going to enter it at all, he would not only have to combat the flow of water, but just about squeeze himself under this extremely narrow entrance and low to the ground entrance. To his left, he'll see that the water begins to flow towards this huge cliff face. It's like a stark mountain face that shoots up into the sky. And if Yohm looks up, he can see these strange tropical-like plants that he would remember from having stood up high above the forest, having climbed the crystal steps. And then the water seems to once again run into this mountain via a very narrow, very low to the ground, cavey entrance. And then just in front of Yohm, he can see this item that he saw from up above, flapping in the water ever so slightly. This will be about 10 feet in front of him on the other side of this flowing water. And it looks distinctly like the capes that were worn by the youth of the Miners' Guild.
Yohm would approach the river, not stepping in it just yet, and getting as close as he can to this apparent piece of fabric to confirm what he's worrying. And then once then cast his eye downstream in the direction the water is flowing for any further signs of what might be Kieran's potential whereabout.
As Yohm takes a closer look at this piece of fabric, he can fairly accurately discern that this would have been Kieran's cape. Casting his eye downstream, There are no clear signs from where Yohm stands of Kieran or any of his items, though the stream does run down into this cliff face, maybe a good 50 feet away, so you might need to wander down along the bank of the river to investigate further if you wish.
No, just before he does that then, he's going to take the opportunity just to reach down and scoop up a palm of this water, this watery-like substance, and first of all just let it drip through his fingers, get that sensation once more and take in that scent. And as long as it isn't too foreboding, I suppose he'll just go straight in and take a hefty sip from a couple handfuls of water there. He's wondering if it is cold, if it's fresh.
So as Yohm kneels down, cupping his hands to bring this water to his mouth, the first thing he notices is that it is not cold. It has a warmth to it, almost like hot spring water, as it rests in his palms and radiates in his hands. And looking at it sparkle, Yohm takes a sip and it tastes a little bit sharp, quite crisp, certainly not toxic in any way, quite nice, quite refreshing, and as it goes down his throat, he feels the warmth that it radiates in his hands fill his body, starting from his chest, radiating outwards, relaxing him, and Yohm will feel a sense of calm assuredness from having done this, and almost alleviates the confusion and bewilderment he feels from having been in this strange place. It almost feels a bit more like home.
And in doing so then, I imagine it is almost as if it were muscle memory. After taking that hearty sip himself, he'll take a couple more scoopfuls of that water, then slide his hand in between his scarf and his hood and just gently start rubbing his neck, moistening it down a little bit, just alleviate some of the aggravation he gets around that area.
And as he begins to do this, he can feel the benefits almost immediately to his body as it begins to warm through his muscles and his shoulders, and some of the pain he felt before from his fall to the back begins to dissipate, and he feels more limber, more relaxed.
You'd have ever thought I'd miss water so much. And he looks left and right once more, yet again certain of where he needs to go. But that slight whimpering still echoing through his mind, the present problem of something seemingly needing help. It's always been a call he's been impossible to ignore. So I think he's going to try. He's going to try and scramble up, residing to himself that it doesn't matter if he fails, does it? At the end of the day, water always flows one way. So we might as well try. And if we slip, and if we stumble, if we splash around, it doesn't matter. At least we would have tried. So he begins packing up his gear a little bit more again and really securing it to himself, fastening up his clothes, putting in any loose accessories into his bag and tying it all together quite strongly, preparing himself to hopefully not go for a swim, but bracing himself to get quite wet nonetheless. And he'll try as best he can to make his way up the banks of this little river towards the opening in which the water is flowing from. And as he gets closer, he'll clamber up along the banks of this river as best he can and try to investigate this opening. And as long as it doesn't seem like almost certain death, I think he'd try to give it a go climbing on up.
So just to be sure, Yohm is going towards where the river is flowing from or to?
Flowing from.
So where the water seems to be coming from.
Yeah, with the reluctant acceptance that in the likely case he slips and falls again, ultimately he'll be still heading where he knows he needs to be.
So as Yohm follows along the bank of this flowing river into the dense forest of these jagged, spiky, wintry trees, the foliage begins to get quite thick. This strange yellowish grass protrudes from the floor, almost like reeds next to the river that Yohm has to traverse through. Not difficult, but certainly more impeding than the terrain he was in before. And as he gets closer towards where the water appears to be flowing from, you can see now that the water is really gushing forward, almost in the form of rapids from the mouth of this very short and low entrance to the icy sort of cliff face that is in front of him. And as he gets towards this opening, he can go no further as he's stopped by just the huge looming cliff face in front of him that seems to shoot high up into the sky. It could be a good 200-300 feet up. And there on the floor in front of him is the river, this short opening in this gushing torrent of water.
It's still emitting that same blue glow coming from within the opening as well, so it's not completely dark in there.
It's not completely dark. The glow is present, but it's not massively radiant. It doesn't illuminate too much, and through the whitewash of the flowing water, almost impossible to see inside.
Before taking the plunge then, he's going to just let out a call once more up the cavern, listening for any echoes or response. Hello? Is anybody there? Do you need help? And just waits.
As Yohm waits, he hears the echo of his voice bounce back to him but no reply comes.
Well, never one to turn back without trying. He steels himself once more and begins stepping into this river slowly, making sure he can find his footing. He's not trying to go anywhere just yet, as much as just be in there, feeling the strength of the water against him, trying to remember those sensations and how to easily work your way through an opposing force, feeling it sort of wrap around him. And then hopefully, as he becomes slightly more comfortable with that, he will then duck on down, minding his head and his surroundings, using all his appendages as best he can to secure himself in this low, small cave entrance, and tentatively try to push himself forward, all the time again preparing to quickly just drop and tuck and brace himself to be carried down the water should it need to go that way.
Well, as Yohm braces himself and tentatively begins to lower a leg into the water, he immediately notices the speed with which this water is rushing and the strength of the current. One of the first times, as you say, he's been near water for a while. Unusually so for a merfolk. So long, in fact, that he'd almost forgotten how in tune with the water his body is, and his relationship to water as one of the merfolk. So as he lowers his foot down into the water, not only does he feel it's rushing in the other direction and the strength of the flow, how difficult it will be for him to resist. He can feel the flow of the water in his body in an intuitive sense that all merfolk have, almost as if his body becomes part of it and can sense the path of the water, and suddenly he has a much deeper understanding of where this water goes and where it flows, and in his mind appears this map almost of the water. He can see where he stands, and he can feel the water flowing in the opposite direction to where he's trying to go. He can feel it rushing into the small gap, the entranceway into the cave on the opposite side. And he can feel it begin to pool in a little alcove somewhere beyond this cave. And then in front of him, just next to the cave entrance where the white rapids flow, he can feel the strength of the water, and he can feel this huge mass of water, or at least flowing water-like liquid from behind this cave entrance. And if he can manage to resist the current of the flow, he feels he's going to have to do some serious swimming to find an exit from this direction. So this all comes to him as he has just a foot and a calf in the flowing of the river.
Yeah, almost quite taken aback from those strangely nostalgic sensations. And, for someone who was born of these waters, he's still certainly not comfortable within them, despite this being a somewhat familiar feeling. It's a lot of strange paranoias and anxieties start bubbling up at the same time, as well as his relationship with the sea and any amount of water whatsoever has been unfortunately linked with some troubles in his past. And as much as he longs to fight against the current and go further forward, he doesn't quite have the courage within him to know that he'll have to take a solid plunge and truly swim to see the other side. He's not quite ready for that yet. But whilst he still has this feeling within him, he's going to capture it while he can. And quicker than he's done anything in a while, he's essentially going to stand exactly where he would and just jump onto his back to a small pencil-like shape, with his bag held tightly across his chest. And he's going to do what he has always done and just go with the flow and let the water guide him to this serene spot a little further down, and hope, almost pray to the water, that Kieran or some sign of his safety can be found there.
So as Yohm grabs tight onto his gear, onto himself, takes that plunge into the river, he suddenly feels that current grab him, and he's shot in the opposite direction, flowing down river way past where he walked, in the opposite direction. And as he does so, speeding forward, he feels himself run past that flapping piece of fabric that was laying in the river. Yohm gets caught up inside of it a little bit. And as he does so, this strange vision comes to Yohm as he becomes intertwined with Kieran's cloak. He sees Kieran on the opposite side of the river, just on the bank of the side where his cloak was, and he seems to be being carried upon the shoulders of these strange, almost crocodile-like mamu creatures. These stocky, yellow, serpentine mamu. Like I say, carrying Kieran on his shoulders, seemingly against his will, as Kieran begins to shout, "Where are you taking me? This is an outrage. Put me down this instant," as he begins to claw at the ground, and you watch as his cape gets left behind by the river as these mamu creatures carry him away through the forest, just through a path on the opposite side of the river, just where the cloak lay before. As that all hits you in an instant, it flashes away as soon as it appears, and you find yourself once again flowing down this river. And as you continue travelling, from the point of the cloak down and down towards this other cliff face and entrance. You bash up against the rocky side, finding that the entranceway in which the water flows is far too short and narrow for even perhaps a child to crawl through, let alone a full-grown person. But as you rest against the side of this cliff face, with either side of the bank of the river, to the left and right of you, in amongst the sound of the flowing water, you can once again hear, just through the crack where this water flows in to the mountain, that whimpering sound, that cry for help, that unsettled creature. And as you look over at the rock face, not dissimilar to the very first cliff face you came down and rolled your ankle, in that it has these strange, curling, spiralling symbols, all carved within it, going a full 200 feet into the air above you. But you can see that glowing yellow light beyond it, as if there's something inside this mountain. However which way you can enter it, there's a place within there where this creature in need sits.
Just sitting in the river for a moment with the water cascading upon his face, he mutters a little curse to himself. Kieran, when will you learn? Fool of a fate. But it does make his next decision ever so slightly easier. Sense that somehow, despite the vision, that seems to make him think Kieran is okay. For some reason, still okay. And this reoccurring sound, that isn't. That is the more pressing problem. Reaching into his soul, it's really beginning to drone on him. It's why he keeps throwing caution to the wind. In this strange world, he's just chasing that sound. So I'll focus on that. He's going to climb on out of the water again and try and take a few steps back to get a better perspective on the whole of this cliff face, looking at this script or sculpture or whatever it may be adorning the sides of this. He's going to take a moment and see if he can put any logic to it. There's any interpretation that he might be able to muster, any recollection of any imagery of the past, just anything at all about these patterns on the walls.
So as Yohm begins to drag himself from the river, now sodden with this watery, glistening liquid, he's heavier than he was before, so it's some labour to drag himself out, but he manages to roll over onto the bank and drag himself onto his feet. Standing back and looking at this huge column of stone, like a mountain, but almost like a tower, though it is very broad, that juts into the sky. And as Yohm scans his eyes across these markings, they don't look like any form of language he recognises. They look more like art, perhaps. In some of these strange shapes, he thinks he might be able to distinguish figures, perhaps the shapes of Mamu, perhaps the shapes of trees. It's so intertwined and intricate, however, that there's nothing quite distinct enough for him to interpret.
Do they bear any resemblance to the runes or the types of runes that he would have seen on Brightstone in the past?
They certainly share a similar curvature and geometry, the kinds of runes that Yohm will have seen on the Brightstone, especially the one that he holds in his hand, are very distinct. They are singular, specific, intentional shapes, and there are hints of this within these carvings he sees, but they also have more of a chaotic nature. Elements of them will seem specific, and then they'll trail off into curves and swirls.
He's thinking to himself just the uncanny coincidence of this, the way in which the people of his world utilise magic through the Brightstone, and it being so similar to what he's found here, with the smell of the water running through it and these runes being built onto the sediment, and supposed different realities sat mere moments away from each other. And he's unfortunately not an academic enough of mind to really figure any of this out truly, but it's there, just brimming on the forefront of his mind, that there is something going on here. But nonetheless, that is a thought for another day or for a smarter man. And right now he needs to find the source of this crying. So if he looks around, from what he can see, if the too small to enter opening is on one side, is there anything further round within eyesight on the edge of this cliff face? Any other openings or entrances or anything that would appear to indicate a way in?
So whilst Yohm stands in front of this huge column in front of him where the water is rushing, you can see that it is cylindrical in nature, and that perhaps if he were able to cross the river and continue walking around the side of this huge mountainous column, there might be other parts of it to explore. But casting his eye around what he can see at the moment, there appears to be no other entranceway, just solid, hard rock with these engravings. And immediately opposite him, where the river flows, is very, very dense. The clear path appears to be where in his vision he saw Kieran be taken. However, not impossible to traverse. It's just very thick with these high, jagged, vine-like trees, and may take a little more time. And of course, from where he stands, there's not necessarily an indication he'll come back round to the column if he takes the other path, so
he's going to have to trust whatever magic put this image into his mind then, and follow the path of hopefully least resistance for now, whilst always keeping an eye and an ear out for Kieran and his potential captors.
So Yohm heads back along the bank of the river, trudging through the powdery snow, back to the central enclosure where he first landed, now on the opposite side of the river. And he can quite clearly see this fairly narrow but distinct path through the icy forest. And as he begins to walk through it, he notices very sharply that the trees and the foliage and the ground beneath him begin to morph with his movements. And it's an almost more tropical environment. The chill begins to dissipate. It's replaced by a humidity and gentle drops of rain begin to fall. A liquid unlike the river he encountered before. This rain he can feel warm against his skin, but once again takes on no fragrance. The trees now much more like palm trees, and huge jungle foliage, big broad leaves bowing into his path. And now as he continues down this gully, he begins to hear what sounds like him to be the baying of drums, very low, boom, 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 boom. And as he gets closer and closer to this sound, he can just through the foliage begin to see what he believes to be the sight he witnessed high above the crystal caverns. He comes out onto this opening to see this circle of these Mamu creatures, these stocky little crocodile-like Mamu, dancing and undulating next to these small little bonfires they've lit. Some of them dancing away, some of them banging these drums now louder than before. Boom, boom, boom. And in the center, you can see this pile of rubble upon which has been fashioned some sort of throne of wood and vines and leaves. On either side of the throne sits these crocodile-like Mamu, almost as guards, and upon the throne sits young Kieran with this strange, almost serpentine-like vine around his neck that then wraps around his head, almost like a strange scarf, and you can see it so long that it trails around his head, around his neck, off his shoulder, off the throne, and then off into the forest. But it sits over him, draped over him, and he sits waving his arms in the air to they're dancing, with a grin on his face, a very self-satisfied grin, almost as if he's conducting the dancing itself. You can just about see all this off on the edge of the forest, and you've just tucked yourself behind a broad tree trunk, so no one's quite seen Yohm yet. What would he do in this instance?
After getting over the shock of it all, seeing that Kieran is indeed alive, he'd try and get a fix on Kieran's state of well-being, I suppose. This place is a strange one, and it's taken quite the toll on Yohm so far. If it could at all be achieved via a glance, he'd try and see if he was all there, if he was present in this moment, or if something else was potentially controlling him.
From where Yohm sits, from his knowledge of people, from his knowledge of Kieran, albeit very little, he can see quite plainly that his manner is certainly different to how he experienced it before. Kieran was an arrogant young man, but he held himself with some semblance of decorum, some stiff, stubborn pride he held in himself. But this smile that Yohm sees on his face, the way he waves his hands around, there's a hint of mania to it. There's a sense he's almost drunk, could be. Certain inhibitions seem to be fled from him.
Thought that might be the case. Roughly, how many Mamu are in this opening surrounding him that I can see at a glance once more?
You can see distinctly that there are 5 Mamu dancing around this throne in a pentagonal formation, and there are 2 Mamu either side of the throne, so that's 7 of these crocodile-like creatures in total.
And then it's finally past, if I could see that far, past the opening. Yeah, the path that led us here, does there seem to be another one leading away? Or is this the terminus of the route so far?
It seems to be the terminus of the route so far to you. The only other potential route Yohm might see is wherever it is that this long sort of serpentine slinky vine of sorts, I suppose, that wraps itself around Kieran's head and neck seems to trail off into the forest on the opposite side. There's definitely something in that direction, it would seem, though there is no obvious path.
And then, would Yohm suspect one of these Mamu could potentially fit through the river cave opening that he was too big to? Or is it too small for even them?
Looking at them, it appears to be perhaps even too small for them. These are about half the size of Yohm, these creatures, and it might take something a little bit smaller to get through.
Well then, piecing together what he could so far from this distance, and still no obvious alternative solution, he's going to creep slowly and quietly closer and try and find a path, if at all possible, to signal Kieran of some regard, if it's just to make eye contact at least whilst trying to avoid the glare of the Mamu. If there's any way at all he can position himself or find an opening to maybe throw a twig or something of the sort away from the other eyes.
So just to be clear, you're trying to attract the attention of Kieran specifically without alerting any of the Mamu. Certainly, Yohm will see quite clearly that there is a small and quite discreet path that will allow him to get slightly closer towards where Kieran sits. And if he moves himself in that direction, he'll notice that any sort of attempt to wave over at Kieran or gently whistle in his direction is not heeded, as his eyes sort of obsessively glare around at the dancers. But Yohm can certainly see a few bits of foliage, a few twigs on the floor, a few stones on the ground that, if he should so choose, would be suitable to throw in his direction to grab his attention.
Pausing for thought for a moment before committing to alarming Kieran or the Mamu around him, and just reflecting quickly on the giant serpent which swallowed the two of them to begin with. Distinctly remembered black eyes, which was, if I'm not mistaken, unusual for Mamu. Can he see anything similar in these?
In the eyes of these Mamu, he certainly can. All the Mamu around him that dance, and each one by Kieran's side, have these inky black eyes, much like those Yohm saw before entering. And if he stares hard enough at Kieran, though he's a bit further away and his eyes are a little smaller, you can almost swear that his eyes were an inky black as well.
From where we're at now then, is there a chance Yohm thinks he could get to that vine that is attached to Kieran and slinking off somewhere? Is there a way he can somewhat skirt the perimeter and get to where that vine might be without alerting anyone else, or will that be right in the eye of everyone?
He could certainly get to the vine without having to cross the path of these Mamu. However, he'll have to traverse the full scale of the circular enclosure, which will require a little bit of stealth that might become a little difficult to Yohm in his current state. So if you'd like to attempt that, I'll get Yohm to roll for it.
Always deliberating in one mind. If I sneak round, I might be able to get to the vine and figure out what that's doing to Kieran. But if they spot me, well, it's just like 5 of that giant serpent on one. No open out. and that darkness is plaguing all their minds. He looks down at that stone in his hand again. Illuminate the darkness, he says. Oh, Ren, what should I do? And he decides, in this moment, not too sure why, but he gives up any pretense of stealth and subterfuge, and sneaking and slinking around. Again, something about these creatures just feels wrong to him on a very deep level, and it's something he just cannot ignore. So instead, right where he stands, brings himself up tall, and he just holds that stone aloft his head with the words of his friend echoing in him. And he just speaks out quietly. He doesn't even yell it. He knows what's about to happen nonetheless. Kieran, please, come and see the light. And he hopes so much that this magic stone has helped him out quite a lot so far. It helps him out once more and does something to bring these Mamu back to the joyful little creatures he knows they can be.
So as Yohm stands there at the edge of this enclosure, looking upon this scene, holding the bright stone tight, raising it aloft his head, and whispering these words gently, the stone begins to glow, that warm glow, and you can see that this tendril, this vine that wraps itself around Kieran's head and neck, begins to glow bright white. And just for a second, you see Kieran's hands begin to stop gesticulating and come to his side. In what seems like a small moment of clarity, and this tendril of bright whiteness, you can now see its clear path into the forest, and you can, much like you saw this glowing yellow light before beneath you, you can see the clear path of this tendril, almost like a heat map that leads through the forest all the way towards this large stone mountainous column that you came from before, that just sits in the distance behind the forest edge, almost as if it seems to be connected to that glowing yellow presence that you saw before. And as you see Kieran's hands come down to his side, you see him, almost dazzled, begin to look away from the dancing Mamu, and then in your direction. And he says, in a firm, clear voice, Yohm, you've arrived. So Yohm, it was some hours ago that you entered into the mouth of this Mamu creature, searching after Kieran, who was recently swallowed by its gigantic tongue. And you found yourself in this otherworldly environment and have been traversing through this somewhat labyrinthine, almost jungle-like landscape, making your way through hidden passageways, passing through mirages, winding up staircases, going through alleyways, across tropical forests and icy rivers, all in search of this disrespectful young man whom you've taken it upon yourself to rescue from what you believe is most likely quite a dire situation. And then, having traversed through this new and strange jungle, you find that Kieran has indeed been taken away by these strangely behaved Mamu, and he seems to be imbued with this mania, this strange, almost drunken arrogance as he sits upon a wooden throne surrounded by reptilian-like Mamu who dance in front of him and bang on drums, almost parading for him as he waves his hands in the air. And upon having found him, you decide to take the trusty bright stone gifted to you by Ren before entering into the Mamu, to see if its ability of bringing light to the darkness will somehow break the dismal enchantment that seems to be wrapped around Kieran. And as you do so, you see that the strange vine-like Mamu that wraps itself around Kieran's neck and body turns bright white, and he almost seems to change in demeanor as he stops where he is. The arrogant smile lifts from his face for just a moment. Even the Mamu who dance around him begin to slow and stop as this bright white eminence emits itself from the Mamu wrapped around Kieran. Just for a moment, he holds and almost seems to look around him as if he doesn't quite know where he is. Until suddenly, his eyes, scanning the forest, lock with yours. And he raises his hand as the bright white light seems to diminish, and he returns to his previous demeanor, and the Mamu that surround him all avert their attention towards you, but with a very rigid frame and a readiness to pounce, it would seem. Kieran calls to you. He says, "Yohm, you have arrived. Welcome. Don't be shy. Come. And as you sit there on the edge of the brush, what's going through Yohm's mind at this point?
Panic rising, the heart fluttering, trying to just fight that initial fight or flight reaction. Yohm decides to double down, and he just walks forward. Kieran, of course. What is this hospitality? I expected better from a Fae. He takes another deep gulp as he steps forward, closer to the man who's almost a friend.
And as you step forward, Kieran's somewhat cynical smile begins to creep more tightly across his face, and he says, "Oh, of course, where are my manners? Please, take a seat." And as he says so, two of the Mamu come together very quickly behind you, rushing their arms together, and they almost in that moment fuse into one being that has an arch between its arms and almost props those arms underneath your legs so as to force you into a seated position.
Possess such mastery over the Mamu? Why didn't you tell me?
They are my subjects now. I've always known that I had a certain gift, a certain knowledge for these Manu creatures, but it is clear that they have chosen me as their king.
And what a fine choice they've made, if I do say so myself.
Quite right. They recognize my brilliance. You see, if only my father could see me now. To think he was going to pull me from the guild. To think I feared his disapproval. And look at me. A king of the dreams that rule this land. I rule them.
Who needs that approval now?
Quite right, Yohm.
So, King of Dreams, what do you wish for this land of yours? Where do you see to take it?
I have my subjects. They dote on me hand and foot. They will bring me anything I wish. I think I should reside here.
Right here? On your lonely throne?
Lonely? Who is lonely? Look at all my loyal subjects.
Loyal they may be, yes, but the mind wants for more, Kieran. You want for more, no? Now you have all this power. Why stop here?
You think I should rule the island, rule the continent?
You could change the very realm we walk upon. With these at your side, you could do it all.
Well, perhaps you're right. Yohm. I underestimated you. You know,
let me let you in on a secret there, Kieran. I didn't just take this job for marks. Now, you know, I mentioned, you may have heard the other night I had a strange dream.
I don't recall.
No, well, in the time, I admit it was most peculiar, but now it makes a lot of sense. I was urged to accompany you, to see you safely to your destination. Now, at the time, I thought it was just the dig site, but now I see, I know precisely where to take you, yes. To your destiny, Kieran. will you come with me to your destiny? And I slowly raise from my forced seat and walk over to him gently with a hand outstretched, welcoming him to join me.
As you raise yourself from your seat, the first thing you notice is that the Mamu that stand around are very keen to enclose upon you as you stand, and they don't quite approach you, but they still have that rigid stance, staring at you keenly, remaining close. And as you take those steps forward and put your hand out towards Kieran, you can see his eyes flutter to your hand, back to your eyes and to your hand, and the smile across his face begins to tighten and his lips begin to purse. And as his fingers gently almost come towards your palm, he pulls away and he says, "I think you mean to trick me, Yohm. I think you mean to take this away from me. I am king here. I am safe here." And as he says this, you can now really see the dark blackness in his eyes have come into full prominence, and his pupils almost seem to disappear, and the whites of his eyes go away as this inky blackness consumes him.
I drop to a knee right before him, inches away with my head, bow down low. "My king, I mean no disrespect. I wish to see you to your fullest, your greatest potential. If only you'd let me. Please, please take this as a token. It would mean so much to me." And appreciating the situation he's in, now Yohm is going to mutter, possibly for one last time, as his head is bent down low, a knee to the floor. He's going to whisper into himself and into that bright stone, all the vigour he can muster in his heart, illuminate. And he is going to just throw it straight into the sky and run as fast as his hobbled legs can take him into the way of the once lit up vine, heading off into the distance in front of him.
Kieran, looking down at your knelt form, hears your words, waits expectantly for your gift, as do the Mamu who surround you, now enclosing you like a circle. And as you mutter these words and throw the stone high up into the sky, you can feel almost like a cool burning sensation as it leaves your hand and gets brighter and brighter, and this searing light illuminates the area around you and beams down upon everything down below, and it makes the Mamu creatures shiver and recoil and become stretched and flat along the ground, as if physically harmed by it in some way. And it makes the Mamu tendril that wraps itself around Kieran once again shine with this bright white light. And it too begins to shake, as if it's being terribly affected by this illuminating light, so much so that it begins to tighten its coil around Kieran, and he is dragged backwards through the forest, so as when you throw that stone and begin to run towards it, you're now following the path of Kieran, who is being dragged backwards through the forest. And it takes a bit of effort to follow that path as he's being hurled backwards. And especially having endured a few injuries previously, I'll just get you to roll me a d20 on your endurance for that task.
That's an 11.
Having sustained quite a bad injury to your ankle previously, it is extremely difficult to keep up with the rate at which Kieran is being dragged back. But you try as hard as you can, and you hurtle forward quicker than you ever have in your life. And you make your way through quite a lot of the bush before Kieran is whipped away too quickly to keep up with. And you suddenly feel a twinge in your ankle. It means you have to stop. As you see Kieran being dragged through the forest right in front of you, heading in the direction of the huge stone column that you'd seen once before.
Who is a bigger fool here? Him or me? I look around and I see if any of those smaller Mamu are giving chase as well. I hear any sounds coming after me from where I just came from.
As you catch your breath and you take a moment to hear if any other Mamu are chasing you, there doesn't appear to be anything surrounding you just as yet, but you can hear gentle creeping and rustling in the bushes to your left and your right. Seems like something might be working its way along the underbrush, but obscured by these large canopies of bracken leaves. You can't quite see what it might be.
Oh, curse me more. I muster up my strength and grab my staff and try and clamber back up to my feet and prepare myself for whatever this dream has to throw next at me. I will not die here.
make your way onto your feet, and as fast as you're able, now having injured yourself a little further, you make your way through the brush. And you can see the exit. You can see that large stone cliff with the engravings all along it off in the distance. And you're not very far at all from making your way out of this portion of the forest before you begin to realise that creeping in the underbrush is getting a little bit quicker and a little bit closer. And I'll need you to roll dexterity for me.
That's going to be a 6.
Which isn't a fantastic roll, but Yohm does make a living from being rather dexterous. So, as he almost exits the forest, suddenly a yellow tendril comes from the underbrush and tries to shoot up towards him and wrap itself around his waist. But having just enough presence of mind and agility to have noticed this happening, he's able to take a step back and protrude his staff in front of himself first, which the tendril then wraps itself around, and he stands feet apart, almost in a tug of war with this tendril for his staff. Would Yohm like to do anything before I get him to roll a strength on that?
At this point, it's instinct and frustration pushing him forwards, and no, just digging those heels in deep. Strong breath and yanks as hard as he can.
In which case, please, roll for strength.
Okay, that time it's going to be an 18.
Somewhat startled, very frustrated, and done with the strange behaviour of the Mamu in this place, filled with a desperate urge to find Kieran and leave as soon as possible, Yohm digs deep and finds all the strength within him to yank his staff back away from this surprisingly strong tendril that fortunately seems to slightly recoil from the small amount of bright stone at the end of the staff, something which interestingly hasn't seemed to have affected many of the Mamu in this place as it would normally do. Nevertheless, he regains his staff and is able to make his way out of the last bit of the brush. And as he does so, he's presented with this huge cliff face. If he looks up, he can see the large tropical trees on the very top of it, where he happened to be standing some hours ago. If he stands and listens, he can hear the river that runs just around the other side of this huge cliff face. And in front of him, about 20 feet up on the edge of the cliff face, there is an almost perfectly round hole. It looks like a drilled cave entrance, almost like a drilled mine, perhaps, into this cliff face. And it's not a sheer cliff. Up to this hole there is lots of scrambling rocks that pile up to the hole. So it's not impossible to get up there by climbing, although somewhat difficult, especially with an injured ankle.
And pray tell me, is this hole about the same size as the tendril that was enveloping Kieran?
Perhaps just slightly bigger.
Well, before proceeding any further, I think Yohm's actually going to just slump himself down onto his rump, back against as much of the wall as he can for a moment, and just pause and breathe. The panic is getting to him. The strangeness of this place is building up, and his usual tricks, I guess, his usual tools to solve problems such as these just aren't really working in the same way he's used to. So he needs to remind himself why he's here, why he stepped in front of a giant snake-like creature to begin with. And that is because someone needs help. And it doesn't matter what else is going on. The strangeness with the Mamu, the creatures borderline attacking him left and right, and the very fact that his own physicality seems to be failing him at every opportunity. He needs to put that aside and just focus. Someone needs his help. And with that mantra just going over and over in his head, trying not to forget it once more, he musters up one last smile, gets back onto his feet, looks up again, and thinks to himself, here we go again. He puts his staff on his back, tightens his sack up as good as he can, stretches out his ankle, grimaces at the pain a little bit, and starts climbing.
With that mantra in mind, Yohm begins to climb. I will get you to roll on acrobatics.
Of course. And that's going to be a 15.
And with a 15, taking his time, Yohm does manage to reach right up to that small circular entrance. The journey, having taken his breath away a little bit, was a little tougher than he expected. Nevertheless, he's made it, and now he's there, he can see that the hole is just about big enough for him to crawl through, but not much wider than that. And as he looks dead into the hole, all he can see is this vague yellow illumination from the very back of the hole. And once again, hear this strange, almost song-like whimpering that he heard a few times before since being here, as it echoes along the edges of this circular tunnel.
I creep forward, just listening for any signs of Kieran as well. If he's crying out in pain or just laughing slightly hysterically like he was prior, any signs at all. And get myself as close to the inside edge of this little tunnel I find myself in, and see if I can at last make out the source of that sound.
So as Yohm keeps crawling through this tunnel, the sound of this whimpering is the most prominent thing that comes to him as it gets louder and louder as he makes his way through the tunnel, almost seeming to get very slightly narrower as it gets towards the end. But as you get closer and closer, you can see more of the exit way. As you get to the very brow of the end of the tunnel, you can see on the other side is this small cavernous area, and directly running through the middle of this cavern is a river of glistening liquid, much like you'd seen before. On the other side of the river, opposite to where you are, you can see just this small, shivering ball of yellow. It just looks like a circular ball that's shivering. You can now see that that's where this melodic whimpering seems to be coming from. And as you look up to the cavernous roof of this area, you can see Kieran is wrapped up, almost as if by a spider's web dangling from the ceiling. His whole body up to his mouth covered in this yellow serpentine vine, and trailing off down the sides of the roof and across the walls, almost gripping him in place.
Oh, my heart longs for the pitiful cries of that creature again, like instinctually so. Just a strong paternal instinct comes over Yohm when he hears it, and a need to help once more envelops him. Seeing the state of Kieran, he knows whatever's going on up there, that's not going to change for a moment at least, and frankly there's nothing he can really do about it right now. So instead, he's going to try to get down as quickly as he can, to be honest, and try and shelter this little creature, offer it warmth and just kindness.
So, as Yohm makes his way out of the tunnel and climbs down the very short sort of ladder of stones that leads to the ground floor of this cavern, he can see this creature in need of help in front of him across the river. He would have to traverse this river in order to get to it. It is quite wide, perhaps about 10 feet wide. How does Yohm want to do that?
Probably without really even thinking too much about it. And in whatever pace he enters the river in, he's gonna do what he can to just maintain it. And brute force his way forward.
Yohm, in which case, enters into the river and notices that the current is somewhat calmer here, and whilst it still takes some struggle to get across and fight it, it's not too much trouble to get to the other side. Almost feeling a little bit more of his merfolk instincts in the water coming back. And as he pulls himself up on the other side and is now just feet away from this creature, you can see that the whimpering begins to get more intense, and it curls itself up into a tighter ball, so it looks even smaller than it did before as you just stand a few feet away.
I'm just gonna slowly unravel my scarf. It's quite a large scarf to protect me from the desert winds. And furl it into my hands, and then just slowly but sternly, I suppose, just go to embrace this small creature. And again, if need be, quite forcefully. Well, not trying to hurt it, of course. Not trying to restrict it too hard, but to fight through that panic. To really show it that I am not its enemy.
So, as you kneel down towards it, taking your cloak, wrapping it up, very tentatively begin to raise it up. As soon as you begin to hold it through your cloak, the first thing you notice is how much it seems to be trembling, how turbulent it is. It seems to shake with fear. As you bring it up to yourself and you hold it there, as you say, just trying with all of your essence to impart to this creature that you are there to help. It begins to gradually soften just a bit. The tightness of its form begins to unfurl just slightly. And as it does, this somewhat ambiguous ball unfolds two small, almost paw-like hands and two small, almost hoof-like feet that you can discern, and these big, beautiful, bright eyes open up with the characteristic hexagonal pupils that you recognize of most Mamu. You look into its eyes, and it looks into yours. And you know you don't hear it say anything, but at the same time you can quite clearly hear it saying, "Who are you?"
I am Yohm. I am your friend.
I'm afraid, Yohm.
So am I.
What do we do?
Well, the only thing we can ever do when we're scared. Keep going. How about it? Would you like to keep going? With me?
You'll help me?
Aye.
And you'll keep me safe?
Better than anyone.
That makes me feel better.
Me too. Now, who are you?
And you can see its whole form begin to tighten just a little bit, but then fully unfurl into what you recognize to be almost a teddy bear-esque creature with hoofed feet, cute little paws, a snouted nose, and these coral-like antlers that protrude from its head. Now shining bright yellow. He looks into your eyes and says, I am Tonto.
Well, Tonto, aren't you just the most magnificent Mamu I've ever laid my eyes on? I'm very glad to meet you, Tonto.
Oh, I'm glad I met you too. And as Tonto begins to shine and shine, the gleam of this bright warmth that now comes from Tonto almost dazzles your eyes for a moment, and in a blink you're no longer in a cave. You're no longer surrounded by this dense jungle forest. You are standing right in the middle of the desert sands, with the bright bluish purple sky above you. You can feel the sand at your feet and the wind rushing across you. And you can see the miners' encampment just a little off ahead in front of you, while Tonto sits in your arms. And it appears Kieran lays on the ground, unconscious, at your feet.
Tonto, you'll never believe the dream I just had.
Really? Tell me about it.
Oh, well, when we find our friends, eh?
We have friends?
Oh, yeah. Not too many, but they're golden. You'll like them. If you want to meet them, that is. There's a whole lot of sand out here to see. You can take your pick.
I'll just go where you go.
For now. But do let me know.
Okay.
Now, do you see any big lumpy dogs sitting around, Tonto?
No.
We might be in for a bit of a walk, you and I. What'd you say we get this one down into one of those tents over there? We have a little rest and then you come meet our friends.
Okay. We'll rest first.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a long walk.
And as you straighten yourself up, Tonto feels comfortable enough to sort of leap out of your arms, and you see that it's comfortable walking around on its back, hind hoof legs, in an upright fashion, and sticks close to your legs, looking up at you, a little bit of admiration in its eyes, as much as you can discern from its bear-like features, waiting for the next part of your adventure. So, after spending uncounted hours inside this labyrinthian maze inside of the giant serpentine Mamu, you eventually manage to find young Kieran, one of the Miners Guild, and soothe this petrified yellow Mamu inside, and in doing so managed to release whatever dark forces it appeared to have taken hold of this quite endearing creature, as it turns out. And in doing so, you have returned once again to the desert plains. And now you stand in the open desert. At this time, the sun is just beginning to disappear behind the moon in the sky, and the desert landscape is transforming, as it does every night, into a breathtaking sight. The golden silver hues of the moon begin to project across the landscape and bounce off of the dunes and create this shimmering effect in the fading light. The gentle breeze whispers through the whistle weeds in the far distance. The air is filled with a subtle sweetness from the varied, hidden flora around the desert floors, as if the land itself is now exhaling a newfound contentment. Your new companion stands diligently by your side. Tonto looks up at you with its little bare face and large, lovable eyes. young Kieran lays motionless, unconscious, on the floor, just to your side. What's now going through Yohm's head?
Relief. Feeling that oh-so-normal air upon his skin once more, picking up those scents in his nose that were absently missing for so long before, and realising the state he and his companions are in. He knows they do need to rest soon. And he's thinking, despite his still somewhat injured state, pretty sure we could slide Kieran over to the encampment there and at least rest up a little bit until light comes once more, and try and set out to find the rest of our gang.
Yes, rightly so. As you've observed, the encampment, once occupied by the Fellowship of the Miners Guild, now abandoned, has been left in fairly pristine condition. Them having escaped in quite a hurry. So, if Yohm chose to do so, you could head over there and camp up for the night.
Yeah, well, I feel like we got to see how Kieran's doing first, so get down to a knee, gently as I can, and lean in, just hand on a shoulder. Kieran, can you hear me?
As your hand presses down on his shoulder and you whisper these words, there's no direct movement from Kieran, though he does have quite distinct, heavy, mislaboured breaths. So you can tell that he's sleeping deeply, as it were.
Well then. Not long now, Tonto. I'm going to rest down there for the evening. If you want some kip. If you even kip.
I do not know what kip is.
Sleep, Tonto. Sleep.
Oh, I am always asleep.
Well, I think me and this one here might need a little bit more tonight, if you don't mind.
Okay. What does that mean?
I'm tired. I'm hurt a little bit, but not too bad. So we're gonna get down there. See those tents?
I see them.
Yeah, so we're gonna go rest up in there for the evening, okay? We'll unfurl our things, we'll lay our head down, it's gonna be nice and safe, I assure you. And in the morning, that's when we're gonna go meet my friends.
Sounds like fun. I did not know you were hurt.
No, it's fine, really, but...
Maybe I can help? I could find some friends. I don't know where they are. I haven't seen anyone for so long, but I know people who could help.
You know people?
People like me.
Other Mamu
That can make you feel better.
You are so curious, dear Tonto. Come, when we get down there, you can tell me about them. And he begins unravelling that long, ragged cloak that sort of encompasses everything that is Yohm, and he starts laying it onto the floor next to where Kieran is. Gonna get ready to roll him on over onto that cloak and use it as a very makeshift sled and try and gently drag Kieran as best we can to the closest tent.
Sure, it doesn't take too much effort to roll Kieran over onto the cloak that you've put down onto the floor. Being his frame so slight for a Fae, and quite easily drag him down the dune into the sort of alcove area where the encampment has been made. As you do so, Tonto follows you down, taking these huge, delicate, sort of almost jumping leaps, as if gravity does not apply to Tonto, almost like he's bouncing across the moon's surface as he sort of dances his way down this somewhat steep hill. And you make your way to the centre of the encampment. Around you are the remnants of the fireplace of the previous night, and you can see some dry wood still lingering around, and several tents set up by the miners, including your own, still there from the night before. What's Yohm's first move?
We're gonna begin tucking Kieran away, safely, tent open still, so it's easy to see and hear him nonetheless, and then I begin just probably making a small fire as we settle down for the evening.
Sure thing. Being a seasoned fire maker of the desert, it's not 10 minutes or so before the fire is lit and begins to roar nicely, and you're quite thankful for this, because at this point the moon has fully covered the sun and we are in the night of the desert, which begins to get quite chilly. So as you sit by the fireplace, you're quite thankful for the warmth that gently infuses itself into your open palms and the rest of your body. And Tonto sits with you next to it, almost seemingly dangerously close to the fire, unaware of its heat in any way, beginning to wave his little paw through the flames and smiling as he does so.
Tonto, does that not hurt?
Does what hurt?
The fire. The lights, you feel them on your hand?
I feel them, yes, they feel nice, they feel warm.
Oh, you see this? And Yohm leans in, just about a foot away, give or take, with his hand. If I go any closer than this, that will hurt me more.
Really?
And you can dance with this.
Oh yes, it's very nice, it's my favourite. I'm glad you make a fire.
That is magical. See, and I pull a small twig out from the fire, or a little bit of wood as I can. I wave it around as it is a little bit of flame, and then show him, just deliberately, how easy it is to start something alight. And you see, Tonto, if I were to do what you're doing, and this is... I don't know anything that can do what you're doing.
Oh, everyone I know can do this.
Magical. No one I know can.
Well, then they should probably not do it then.
But, by all means, please. And I'm curious, as I'm going to pay attention, does the fire react to Tonto's movements? Does the flame sort of bend around him as it would, or does it almost phase through?
It's somewhat difficult to tell with the moving of the flame under the somewhat firm breeze of the desert air. But after some moments of observing, it does appear that it's certainly not reacting in any major way, if it is somewhat undisturbed by Tonto's presence.
And here I was, starting to think I was understanding the Mamu. And then today happens. You talk, now the world seems very different.
I think so too. I was so scared before you came. I was scared when you came too. You are the first person like you that I have spoken to. I don't know why. But as soon as I did, I knew I was safe. Finally.
Oh, I won't lie, Tonto. It might sound a bit embarrassing. I've tried to talk to Mamu before. You're the first one that seems to understand.
Well, I talked to lots of Mamu, as you say. Is that me?
Well, that's what we call all of you, yes. But no, you're Tonto. Don't ever forget that.
No, I won't.
But yes, you, all of your friends, all of you are Mamu, to us at least.
And what is different? Are you Mamu?
No, I'm merfolk, and I pull down my scarf a little bit more and reveal my gills and the loose frills around my neck a little bit.
You have gills?
Yes, my family, originally part of the ocean tribe, I assume. I've lived my whole life here, though, in these sands.
Oh, where are your family?
Who knows? But the people I like to call my family, they're probably a few days that way.
Is that who we are going to meet?
Hopefully some of them, yeah.
I would like that.
Me too. Do you think you'll be able to talk to them?
I don't know. Like I said, you are the first person with gills that I have tried to talk to. Maybe.
It's at this moment, I think, probably for the first time, that Yohm actually realises that he's talking to himself. Physically, audibly, the words that are coming out of his mouth are the only ones his ears can hear. And he's all of a sudden sort of had that revelation that Tonto is communicating with him in some other way. And that, yeah, takes the wind out of his sails a little bit there. There's a stark realisation that this is even stranger than it first seemed.
And as you take in that realization, it seems that Tonto recognizes some sort of slight, almost bereftness on your face, and almost to compound these feelings that you're having, he looks up into your face with his big eyes and, without his mouth moving, says to you, in whatever way it is that he is communicating with you,
Are you okay?
Yes. Just confused.
I'm confused a lot of the time, especially lately.
What's been happening lately?
All these strange feelings. I used to be very happy, and I would go where I please across the desert and play with friends that I meet everywhere. And then my dreams, they started to get dark, and I wasn't sure who I was, and it made me afraid, and it made me lash out and be someone I was not. That is how you found me. I had not spoken to anyone for a long time then. Thank goodness you did. I feel much better.
I'm grateful I did too. He won't say it, signalling over to the sleeping Kieran. I promise you he is as well.
Who is that?
One of my friends, so to speak.
He is like you.
A little bit.
Then I will like him.
We'll see. He's known as a Fae, Tonto. Have you ever seen a Fae before?
A Fae is also not a Mamu?
No, well done. They come from Morrowind?
I don't know that place.
Way beyond the desert.
Will we go to Morrowind?
We can. For the first time in a very long time. I think we might need to leave the desert.
Leave the desert?
Maybe.
It could be fun.
We need to find out about your friends, Tonto. Now, obviously, you're the first one I can speak to, but I won't be the only one that's noticed something different with your kind. Something strange.
You think? Well, maybe I can find some friends and see what they say.
I'd like that. Now, some of us, we have relationships with the Mamu, yes. Not like this, but some people get on pretty well. And I know there will be people who will be as confused as I am. Maybe even as worried as you were about you and your friends.
Well, if they are worried, then maybe they can help too.
We can hope. But what we need for that is Marks.
Who is Marks?
What is Marks, Tonto? And I rifle through my pockets and pull out one of the Harvester's Guild marks. One of these.
You can see Tonto's eyes sparkling at this quite ornately carved item that I suppose you've never really appreciated until you've seen the wonder in Tonto's face.
I like that.
A lot of people do, Tonto. Now these are a promise. That's what these are. For us non-Mamu, these are little promises. And what we do is we give these to other people as a promise for something later. And what I do is I help people around this desert. I show them places, like Kieran here. And in return, they give me these marks, promises. So later on, I can give those promises to people for food, for my clothes, for water.
So, It's like... It's for helping people. That's what it is.
I like to think so, yeah. Unfortunately, not everyone shares that same sentiment, though.
With my friends, we do this too. But we don't have marks. We just promise.
I guess you, Mamu, are a lot more trusting than we.
I don't know.
I flick the mark over towards Tonto. That's your first one. Probably the first of many. But if we get a few more of these, we'll be able to leave the desert.
You can see his eyes sparkling as he holds it in his two tiny little paws. And he says,
Yes. Let's get more of them.
and he places the mark to his chest where his heart might be, and it passes through the surface of his body and seems to move into the center of him, whereby he removes his paws and it has disappeared.
And before you ask, no, I'm not hurt. Just, you can do things that my world considered impossible, even with our greatest leaps of magic and use of bright stone. No one can do what you do, Tonto.
Your world? We are in the same world.
We are now.
Hey, you know what? I don't know your name.
Of course, why? Why would you? It just feels like I already gave it to you, but sorry. Allow me. I turn and I face him sincerely, which is quite rare for Yohm to make eye contact with anyone or anything. And I hold my little hand out. My name is Yohm. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tonto.
It is a pleasure.
And he smiles wide and puts his paw out to meet yours, not to shake it, but simply to mirror what you do.
Now, we do this thing we call a handshake. Allow me. And I shake his hand nice and gently, but I guess a little bit more joyfully than usually.
And his hand, quite limp, just goes with the motion of what you're doing, and he watches his paw and your hand moving up and down with a somewhat furrowed brow.
What is a handshake?
A sign of respect, mostly. We do it to each other to show them good intent. That we're here to help. Or talk. Or barter.
Like a promise.
Almost, yeah.
I like that better than marks.
So do I. So do I.
But marks are pretty cool.
Well, they are quite sweet, I won't lie. I never would have got this old thing shaking at my staff. If it wasn't for marks and a few strange deals, they come in handy.
And Tonto looks up at your staff, at the mildly glowing bright stone on top of it, and takes almost a small half step backwards as he looks up at it.
Actually, tell me, Tonto. I've noticed in the past, a few of your friends have often reacted to stones like mine here. Can you tell me why?
Oh, we don't like that.
Does it hurt you? I'm sorry if it does.
Not now, but if I go too close. Yes, it... Not hurt, but... It's too much. It feels... all over my body, too much.
And Yohm's brain starts spinning and trying to churn up as much information as it can in trying to put together the pieces, what he knows of, I guess, the widespread usage and the most common usages of bright stone, and where there may be sort of close links with the Mamu. If he knows in his head sort of if any guild enterprises, for example, are sort of known for using both of these close to one another.
So, searching his mind, he will remember the stories of the bright stone being used in instances such as that. There's cane. It is most commonly used in its rawest form as a form of protection, a way of gating out the Mamu. Farmers may line it across the fences of their fields as protection, and of course the most poignant example being that of the huge bright stone pillars that line the Guardian Guild's grand city over in the east, as a means of extreme protection from large Mamu onslaughts should they occur. Otherwise, the most common uses are, of course, more modern inventions, these runic carvings made in the bright stone that give them these unusual properties, such as that of the one that Ren gave you and Yohm used to some utility inside of the serpent. Otherwise, its connection to the Mamu and exactly why it has this effect, you haven't really got too much information on.
Well, Tonto, I have some ideas to that. Not too many though, but maybe some more friends to ask more questions to, should we need.
Yes. I can't wait to see your friends.
Me neither. A couple in particular I think are going to be very happy to meet you. Now, I've got so many questions in my head right now, and I'm sure you do too. But I think it's trying time to end one dream and start another.
Okay. How do we do that?
Well, we're going to let this fire rumble itself out. And then just as all of these flames dissipate, and it goes all nice and red and orange, we're going to roll off into that tent behind me there. That's my favourite one. We're going to lay our heads down, close our eyes like this, and listen to the whistling of the wind. And before you know it, Tonto, that moon will be gone and we'll see the sun again. And that's when we'll go find my friends.
That sounds really nice.
Good. Good.
Tonto almost floats onto his belly as he lies down, staring at the fire. And you sit and you do exactly that. You watch the flames as they dance and weave and flicker for some time more, until they wane and fade, and you're left with the glowing orange embers. And slowly you make your way up as the chill of the night air just catches you on the wind, and head on into the comforting seclusion of your tent, followed by a floating Tonto. As you lay yourself down on your warm and snuggly cot and bring the fur skin over yourself, Tonto lays down next to you, closing his eyes. Do you do the same? And after what feels like several days worth of a day, it's not very long before you find yourself in a deep, deep sleep. And once there, you find yourself in a familiar dream. This long, bright corridor you feel like you've been in before, this time at the end of which is a large archway that you see yourself rushing towards, this force from behind pushing you down the hall, through this arch, through into the darkness. And then suddenly, a light shining towards you, getting closer and closer. And at first, it looks like the great eye you saw before in that dream. Slowly it changes form, and you see in front of you this bright, shining creature with little coral horns and a bear-like face and goat-like feet. It appears to be Tonto that stands before you, glowing brightly, this shimmering, iridescent white light. But it does not speak with Tonto's voice. It looks towards you and says, "You have found my friend. I thank you for what you have done.
next? What are you? What have I done?
You've done exactly what I have hoped of you. I seek peace. I seek rest.
How do you get it?
Look for the good. Look for the honest. Look for the brave.
Okay. So I shall.
I trust in you, Yohm.
And I, you.
And the bright light that emanates from this creature grows brighter and brighter in a sudden flash of kaleidoscopic colour that awakens you into the day. And just the little rays of sunshine cast themselves across your face, just peeking through the open flap of your tent. You can feel the warmth of the daytime in the desert. And the first thing you'll notice is that Tonto is not in the tent with you.
Tonto. And I quickly get up, rip away the sheets in front of me and look outside.
As you hurriedly make your way up from the bed and out of the tent, immediately you're met with quite a sight. You see Tonto stood in the centre of the encampment, just near the bonfire remnants from the night before. In front of him lays a still sleeping Kieran, still on the cloak that you used to drag him into the tent the night before. And then just on the other side of him, these two large, winged, pink mamu, almost pterodactyl-like in nature, with long necks and these almost seahorse-like heads, with broad wings that rest on the sand in front of young Kieran. And as you pull back the tent opening, Tonto senses your presence, looks round and says,
Yohm, I've found my friends. They've come to help.
At which point, Kieran, in almost a sudden shock, bolts himself upright. What on earth is going on?
Yohm just falls onto his buttocks, laughing at this sight before him. It's so unreal at this point that it just has to be actually real. And everything coming together, the nights of sleepless dreaming and the communications with Tonto, and just the fact that Kieran, of all people, is the one to be part of all of this, for him to awaken in this moment in such utter shock and disbelief is just the icing on the metaphorical cake of Yohm's morning. But he soon tries to gather himself once more, composes himself. Kieran, calm yourself. You are fine and with friends.
Kieran hears your words, but still remains on the floor, very much in shock from the manner in which he's woken up, sort of backing himself away from these unfamiliar Namu that loom over him as they continue to look directly at him.
Oh, thank you, Tonto. Now, Kieran, tell me, what do you remember? As best you can.
Kieran takes a deep and stuttery breath as he looks up to you and tries to make sense of his surroundings and ground himself. He says, I'm not sure. I was trapped. I was taken. We were in the jungle. Were you there?
Yes, we were there. And you have no idea how relieved I am to hear you say that. Now, what else do you remember? As impossible as it seems, tell me.
I want to go home. I must go home. I need to tell my father about this.
Yeah, we do. But first, we've got to find Ren and the rest of your squad.
And with a grunt, Kieran hastily pulls himself up onto 2 feet and stomps back into the tent.
Now, Tonto, thank you. But who are these friends of yours? What did you do?
I saw them in the sky, and I called to them so they could come and help Kieran, and they did. They said that he was not very well, and that is why he slept, but they made him better.
How?
They just do. They can help you as well. They said that your ankle, it hurts.
It does, yes.
Here.
And Tonto simply stares into the face of these 2 creatures, who look at Tonto and then look down at you, and then gently bow their necks and their heads down to the ground, to where your feet are. And whilst nothing physically seems to be going on, you do feel a gentle warmth around your ankle, very soothing warmth that grows and grows and suddenly dissipates. And your ankle indeed feels quite a lot better.
I can't believe it. I've got another friend, Tonto, that is. Oh, really going to want to meet you now. She's going to lose her mind. And I hop up onto my feet and, stomp the ground a little bit, bend it up and down. It It feels great.
I told you, didn't I?
And all your friends can do this?
Not all of them.
Just the pink ones?
I never thought about it like that, but yes, they are all pink.
Wow.
And as you sit and ponder that for a second, the two pink winged creatures bend themselves low to the ground, spread out their wings, and push into the air, launching themselves high up into the sky in a spiraling motion, and then swoop away across the landscape as Tonto yells,
Thank you. Goodbye.
And Yohm whispers the same. Wow. Okay, one thing at a time. So, I've met your friends, Tonto. Do you think it's time to go and meet mine?
Yes, I would love that.
Awesome. Now, before we go, my friend Kieran in there, he thinks differently than I do. He might not seem as nice, but that's okay. We don't need to be with him for long, just until we find my friend.
Okay. If you think so.
Because we don't have to like people. We just like helping them.
Okay. As long as you don't leave me.
No, I don't think I could if I wanted to. Before we go, Tonto, did you have a dream last night?
Nothing that is different from the normal dreams.
Well, come then. I'll tell you about mine on the way.
Okay.
and as you say this, somewhat encumbered Kieran waddles out of his tent with a large backpack over shoulder. And he looks you sternly in the face and says, "Right then, where to?"
Well, it's only my best guess, but that's what we've got right now. If I know Ren, probably less than a day that way by now. How are you feeling?
Fine.
Yeah?
Well, let's get on with it then.
Alright then.
And he grabs the straps of his backpack and stomps his way up the small hill that then leads in the direction that you pointed.
A little more to the left.
He grumbles as he duly adjusts his course.
Told you so. Come on now, my friend.
And Tonto hops along in that floaty, gravityless motion that he did before. As you head off to find Ren.
I think I do one last look at not so much the campsite in general, but at least my little slice of it that I'm leaving behind. This, for all intents and purposes, my home for the past year or so. Not worth much in terms of marks, but it was worth an awful lot to Yohm. At least it was before. Now, it just seems a little different.
So, after having spent quite a peaceful evening by the fire, becoming more acquainted with your new Mamu friend Tonto, learning some new and interesting things about his curious abilities, and having woken up in the morning to the sight of some of Tonto's large pink Mamu friends, he hailed from the sky, healing young Kieran, and then shortly afterwards yourself of your ankle ailments. Everyone seems to be in good shape as you set off this morning, though Kieran is perhaps a little disgruntled by all of the events over the last day or so. And you begin to make your way towards where you hope you'll find the rest of the Harvesters Guild have stationed themselves. And so you walk now in the full morning sun of the desert towards the entrance of the cave, which now just begins to appear over the brow of a sand dune, some way off in the distance. And you can see it now. It's this big, protruding, wide, sort of oval dome that lifts itself up out of the sand. It almost looks like a gaping mouth with this large, craggy lip that forms the archway of the entrance of the cave. Like I say, still far off in the distance for the moment, but you can just about see the silhouettes of the rest of the Harvesters Guild standing somewhere near the entrance of this cave, much to your relief. And so, as you carry on that last little way towards the entrance, Tonto skips along across the sand beside you and says, "I'm so excited to meet your friends. Do you think they'll like me?"
I'm pretty sure my actual friends will. Bear in mind, some of these are acquaintances, if you will. So don't pay them any mind. They might give you a little bit of a strange look here and there, but their last experience with a Mamu was admittedly quite shocking, so don't worry about it too much.
What happened to them?
Oh, nothing too bad. Don't worry, Tonto, it's okay. It's just they had a bit of an ugly surprise one morning. But it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, I hope they are okay.
They will be now. We're back.
Do you think they will be able to talk to me like you can talk to me? I have never spoken to people before.
I honestly don't know.
I hope so.
Me too. They're nicer than he is.
And as you look over your shoulder, you can see Kieran slumped over with his face looking down towards his feet, sort of shuffling in this strange sort of way, even though you know now that he is in good health. His spirits seem to be dragging him down to the floor a little bit, and he's made very little eye contact or speech at all to you since you left the encampment to head towards the Harvesters Guild.
I think usually Yohm would be quite happy at that fact, but I think even he wouldn't be able to deny that something's going on here. So, Kieran
raises his head very slightly up towards you.
What's got you down? We're back, look.
He looks just past your shoulder over towards the cave entrance. I'm just tired. I wish to go home.
We're almost there, alright? Keep your head up. You'll be fine.
He sort of almost grimaces at your words and kind of looks over his shoulder and out across the rest of the horizon of the desert. And instead of looking back to the floor, he does sort of, as you say, keep his head up a little bit as you make that last little way towards the entrance of the cave.
And remember, Kieran, you're in charge of these guys. Good impressions?
And you can see his eyes sort of darting around as if he's very pensive and very thoughtful. And it's here that you can see that his previous sort of arrogant demeanour has kind of evaporated, and he's now just holds himself with a state of almost pensive confusion. And so as you continue to walk, you get perhaps about 40 feet away from the entrance of the cave, and now it is that you can see the people of the Harvesters Guild a lot more clearly, and they've arranged themselves in a slightly strange fashion. So you see now that you're a bit closer that they've all huddled themselves together, and they sit on the floor, almost leaning against each other's backs, somewhat piled on top of each other. And they're just sat just on the inside of the entrance to the cave. Surrounding them are their own bright stone staffs that they carried before, but almost plunged into the ground like fence posts that encircle them. So they are sat down on the floor, encircled by this bright stone fence almost, and in front of them are the 2 handbags that they took with them, which seem happy and just are lazily enjoying the morning sun, almost like sleepy guards in front of their impromptu fence. As you make just a couple more steps towards the cave, still at a good 35 feet away, you see the image of Wren rising up out of this bundle of men on the floor and stepping forward past their makeshift fence towards you. But he holds his arms up in front of him and pushes his palms towards you and says, "Stay where you are. Is that you, Yohm?" And you can see him almost sheltering his eyes from the sun to squinting towards you.
Yes, Wren. It is I. And Kieran too. We're both safe.
Thank God you are okay. Yohm, what is that thing with you?
This This is Tonto.
It has a name.
It does, and it is a very strange and very long story. What's happened here?
You better come closer. Make sure the Mamu stays where it is.
Why? This Mamu is the only reason we're here.
And at this point you can hear this mirth bubbling up from the Harvesters Guild miners that are on the floor. Sort of grunts and angry mumblings. And Ren reaches out his arms towards you once more as you begin to just subtly move forward. He said,
It is not a good time for Mamu to be near us. Yohm, please just step away.
Ren, this is me you're talking to here. Trust me, this Mamu, it will cause you no harm. Now please, let me come closer so I don't have to shout.
Tonto looks up at you and says, "Is everything okay?"
It will be. Just relax, Tonto, don't worry. You're okay.
Can you assure me you have that thing under control?
On my life, Ren. On his too.
Ren looks across at you, seems to look over at Kieran, over at the Mamu, and he reaches behind him, grabbing one of the staffs out of the ground, holds it in front of himself and says,
Okay, come forward, slowly.
Tonto, if you don't mind, climb on my back.
Okay.
and he very eagerly jumps up onto your back and puts his arms around your neck.
Now, Tonto, like I said, they've had a really bad morning, so just be your usual happy self, yeah?
Okay.
Thank you. And Kieran, what are you doing? Talk to them. You're scaring them.
He sort of just shirks a shoulder towards you and keeps his eyes to the ground as he just slowly walks towards them as you do.
Useless.
As you begin to slowly step towards Ren, who still has his staff raised towards you, as he begins to notice that things are calm and nothing dramatic seems to be happening, he lowers his staff just slightly, and you stand about 5 feet away from Ren.
As soon as we get within comfortable speaking distance, Yohm is just going to drop down to his bottom and take a nice deep breath. Might not like to show it, but he's also had a day.
Oh, Yohm, it is good to see you. And you too, Kieran.
You too, Ren. It's, I don't even know where to begin.
Well, are you safe? Are you well? Is everything okay?
Yeah, on the by and by, aside from a couple bumps and bruises, as Yohm signals to his still somewhat aching leg and reaches over to Kieran's shoulder and sort of gives him a slap on the back. And this one's had a rough one, but mostly okay now.
I don't really understand what... And he just points his finger at the Mamu wrapped around your shoulders. This is very unusual, Yohm.
Yeah, it is. It was in that place, you won't believe it, Ren. Inside that Mamu was a world of its own. It was a cave and a castle, a jungle, a river, all in one. It was a dream, and within this dream, Kieran was he was something else for a while, almost possessed, and this Mamu Tonto, he was there as well, and we all needed help, and I don't even know how, but somehow we were here again and safe. And Tonto, do you want to introduce yourself to my friend Ren here?
As you say all of this, Ren furrows his brow mightily, and he also sort of stares at you very incredulously, and is not... you can see a lot of fear behind his eyes as you do this, especially as you request the Mamu to introduce itself. Tonto very happily sort of stands upright on your shoulders. Funnily enough, you can't particularly feel the jostling of weight as he moves around upon you, but his 2 feet stand on his shoulders, and he puts his arms out straight and says,
Hello, I am Tonto. Nice to meet you.
And Ren just continues to look at you with a furrowed brow and says, Something has happened to you, Yohm. And he looks deeply into your face and says, Yohm, your eyes. Have you seen your eyes?
No. What's wrong with them?
Yohm, you... And he takes like a small step backwards. You have the eyes of a Mamu.
What?
Who are you?
Ren, calm down. Okay, I cannot see what you can see, but I promise you I am still your friend. What, like, exactly the same?
You have the hexagonal pupils of that creature there. Is it controlling you?
No. Tonto, do us a favour, hop on down, will you?
And Tonto has a somewhat sort of sad, confused look on his face, but he hops down onto the ground.
I turn to him, Tonto, that is, and now unfortunately, Tonto, my friend Ren here cannot understand you. And believe it or not, I've changed a little bit since we last saw each other. So again, don't worry, he's not upset. It's just a little bit strange, so bear with us.
With a furrowed brow and still that sad look, he just plonks himself onto his bum and sort of sits cross-legged on the sand.
Ren, this is going to sound even crazier than everything I just told you. I can talk to this one, and it talks back to me. I know you won't believe it. I know you think I'm crazy, but I promise you, this one is smart. It is intelligent, and most important, it is kind. It's got the mind of a child. I don't know how this is happening. It must have been something from in there. I do not know. But if it wasn't for this, and I'm guessing these, as I signal to my eyes, we would not have made it out of that place. When we were in there, Kieran, his eyes were different, but not like a normal Mamu, black, like the void. A few of the Mamu were. It was strange. It was a darkness doing something.
Yes, I've seen what you mean.
It's coming back to me a little bit better now, but this one, Tonto, it did something. And it cured the darkness from within him, and that's when he almost got back to normal.
Yohm, you must understand that this is a lot for me to take in right now.
I'm, still trying to figure it out myself.
Tell me just one thing, before you step any closer. The night
before the monstrous mammal came. We shared a treat. You found it for me in this desert. What was it?
Well, it's your favourite. It's sweet root.
Thank God. And you can see him drop his staff to his side.
Oh, you stone cold son of a... You're scaring me there, Ren.
You are telling me? Okay, well, I don't quite understand everything that it is that you're saying to me, but I'm glad you are safe, mostly.
Yeah.
Perhaps we ought to have a discussion over here, and he sort of just ushers you to come a little bit away from the rest of the Miners Guild.
Aye. Tonto?
And Tonto looks up at you and just comes right by your side, by your shins.
Tonto, can you hear what Ren's saying?
I have not heard him say anything yet. Well, noises, but I don't understand them.
Huh. That's strange.
Well, Yohm, we have been through quite a lot ourselves since yesterday.
Yeah, they look shook. Are you all okay?
We made our way over to the cave entrance quite easily. It was perhaps half an hour after we left you with the monster. But we started to set up our equipment, and it was not long after that we were attacked.
By who?
More Mamu.
What?
Like you say, with these dark, black eyes. It's not like the other one. It was a swarm of these floating creatures. They attacked so suddenly, so quickly. They broke our equipment. They injured several of us. We have spent the last night and day just trying to heal their wounds. Things are getting dangerous here, Yohm. We will have to abandon our mission. I'm going to have to make a call, send a message with my... And you see him reach into his breast pocket and pull out another stone similar to the one that he gave you previously, but with a different kind of engraving on it. He says, I will need to send a signal now. Bear with me for one moment.
Wait, just before you do, Ren, just give it a moment, please. Firstly, is everyone okay? Can they travel?
Some of them will not be able to travel. I feel we may be able to get assistance if I explain the situation to the guild. But certainly not by Houndback.
Alright, fine, yeah. Send your message. Just do me a favour and don't mention us, yeah?
Certainly. Yes.
Thank you.
And you see him just grab his stone and wander off just a little bit inside the cave. As he does so, you see him sort of raise it towards himself, and he begins to whisper into this stone for a minute or two. And then he waits, and it begins to glow. And you can see him putting the stone to his ear, once again, sort of like listening attentively for a minute or two. And he drops the stone by his side and quite wearily walks back over to you and says, they have received our message. They are going to send an emergency blimp to come and take us and the rest of the guild. I don't think they're very happy about it. I think it will be at great cost to the Harvesters Guild, and to be honest,
if the son of the head of the Harvesters Guild was not in our party, I don't think they would have done this at all. But they should be here within a few hours.
Okay. What are we gonna do? I know you're scared, Ren, but please, you've got to help me make some sense of this.
Yes. Yes, this is all very strange, isn't it? Well, certainly you're very welcome to come with us in the blimp back to Suncult, if you wish. I'm sure there will be someone, perhaps a doctor, someone of medicine who can help you with your eyes. And
yeah, I've got someone I trust there. I don't know how I feel about flying, though.
Well, I'm sure you would be welcome if you wish to. Of course, you're very welcome to take your helmbacks and...
Yeah, I appreciate the offer, Ren, but... You know, me and the guild, we don't gel too well.
Certainly.
We'll probably make our own way somewhere. Probably better for the rest of the gang as well.
You can stare over at them now and you see that the majority of them are just watching you and Ren and the little Mamu very keenly at this point.
Yeah, I think it's best we be maybe a little bit careful.
As you wish.
Did you tell the guild it was a Mamu attack?
Well, yes, Yohm, I had to.
No, of course, sir. I don't blame you people. Need to know. I can't explain it though, Ren, but I trust Tonto. More so than maybe my own senses at the moment. It's hard to explain.
You be careful, Yohm. I don't know what's happening for you, but I think what would be best, as a friend, if you consider me one, to try and find out what has happened to you and maybe leave the Mamu as quickly as you possibly can. We don't know what these things are capable of.
No, you don't. I can barely believe it was real, but not long ago this morning, Kieran there, who was a wreck, all beaten up, and Tonto here somehow corralled 3, 4, 5 pink Mamu, maybe, I'm not sure, and they came together and they healed him.
They healed?
Better than I've ever seen anyone from the guild. No unctions or ointments, nothing. They just emanated vitality, and I could see it right in front of me. The vigor coming right back to him.
Kieran, is this true? He shouts over to Kieran, who now sits by himself, not with the rest of the guild, but just slumped up against one of the walls of the cave, looking down, still as somber as he was before. He looks up over to Ren, just nods his head quite fervently and then puts his head back down. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I know.
I think this is information I will have to pass on to the guild. This is miraculous.
It's... Yeah, well, yeah, but it's also a coincidence, is it not? The same day that we were attacked is the same day where we're saved. You're right in thinking something's changing. And I don't know what, and I've seen when it looks bad as well, and yeah, I don't blame you lot for being scared. But there's something more to it.
Seems like there certainly is. Yohm, you need to take this information, everything you've seen, this Mamu here, find some kind of, I don't know, expert.
Yeah. I'll have to go to Suncolt.
I think it would be wise. Are you sure you would not like to travel with us? We will be there within hours, I think. It will take you perhaps more than half a day to get back to even the villages outside Suncolt.
I just... give me a moment. And I turn around and kind of sit with Tonto for a moment and start unpacking my bag, or what I have left in it, and sort of taking stock and just processing all these different thoughts and the paranoia of the guild and the oncoming questions, and trying to be brutally honest with myself about how I'm feeling. Tonto.
Yeah?
Now, things are going to get a little strange. Some of the other Mamu have been doing some bad things.
Oh,
You know, like the ones we saw before.
yes.
And, well, these guys are worried that you might do the same thing. I'm not. But they are. But nevertheless, we need to get help. Because there's a lot smarter people out there than me, and they might know something more about you.
Yohm, I think I did do bad things. I think I'm better now, but I was so scared before. I don't know if I will always be myself again. It was you that helped me. I feel better now, but I think I did bad things.
We've all done bad things, Tonto. When we're scared, when we're angry, when we're hungry, when we're cold, and when we're lonely. And it's not a problem, Tonto. It just makes you normal, like the rest of us.
I don't want to do the bad things.
And that's good. And you're going to stick with me, right?
Yeah.
Then, let's make a promise. You help me and stop me from doing bad things, and I'll help you and stop you from doing bad things.
Yeah.
And then we don't have to worry.
I promise. Like this. And he takes the coin that you gave him from before out from the center of his being, pulls it out and hands it to you. I promise.
Yep. I promise. You're magical, Tonto. And we will figure something out. And we will make more friends. I promise you.
I would like that.
This lot are just a bit stiff, like I said. We're going to a big place soon. It's going to be a lot. A lot of people like me, like my friend Ren here, like Kieran, some others too. It's going to be noisy, and it should be exciting.
It sounds like fun.
It can be, if you're in the right mood for it. But like I said, I definitely have some friends there, and I know for a fact one of them, she'll like you.
Then I want to meet her.
And there'll almost certainly be more Mamu.
Oh, good.
Probably some nice ones too.
I would like that. Maybe I will find more of my old friends.
Yeah, I hope so. But before then, we're probably going to have to take a ride. Some people are coming here to pick everyone up, take them to get some help. And I've never taken a ride like this before, but I think we're going to have to.
What kind of ride?
Well, we're going to fly on a blimp, Tonto.
On a blimp?
Yeah, I've only seen them dashing across the sky. They're kind of like clouds with carriages.
Oh, that sounds like real fun.
Yeah, I don't entirely get how they work. I know it's something to do with Brightstone, but...
Is it similar to flying on a Mamu?
I guess.
I've done that lots of times. It's really good. Have you not flown on Mamu?
No. I stayed safely on the sand.
Well, if it's even a little bit like it, you'll really like it, Yohm.
I will see.
Okay.
Cool. Alright then. Ren.
Have you made a decision?
Yeah. We'll come with you.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Yohm.
We'll see about that. And the reason why you're the only one from the guild I bloody talk to.
Yes, I will admit, I am the best of them.
Yeah, you're right about that. Now, suppose you should go and talk to the lads.
Yes.
Actually, Kieran.
He looks up over at you with that moody face.
I know you're half as confused as I am right now, but I assure you, whatever just happened, it happened. And I don't need to help you get that wrapped around your square head or not. It happened. Whether you believe it, whether they believe it, I don't care. It happened. And the sooner you sort that out in your head, the safer you'll be. Alright? I don't know why, I don't know how, but we'll figure it out.
And he just looks down to the ground, looks back up at you, looks back down at the ground again. And he rolls onto the ground and lays down almost as if to begin to go to sleep.
Yeah, rest well, mate. I'm telling you, Ren, it was something else, but it was beautiful in its own strange way.
Yes, Yohm, it certainly sounds like... Well, it sounds like a dream. Come, Yohm. Sit down. Let me see what provisions I have for you. You must be thirsty as well.
Yeah.
And Yohm, you're invited to sit down by Ren. Just a little bit away from the rest of the camp still.
And give her the classic nonchalant wave that Yohm would do to the rest of the team down there, fully accepting that he's not going to be able to convince them to change their ways. He's, I guess, maybe not entirely sure if they should change their ways right now, but he knows they're not in any danger right here, not from this one.
Your wave is mostly met with scowls by the Harvesters Guild, apart from one young man who you recognise to be the one who was quite ill and dehydrated from the very first night, who raises an arm and gives you a small smile as you do so. But anyway, you sit down, Ren offers you some refreshment, and you enter into a time of somber reflection for a little bit, but it's not very long at all, perhaps just another hour of waiting before, in the sky above you, descends this huge blimp. It's this massive, bulbous red balloon that seems to have this sort of bright white energy flaring in the center of it, just above this sort of, from what high up in the sky looks like a large basket attached to the bottom, and it makes this loud, very loud but very low kind of whirring noise as it begins to descend and come and land upon the sands just nearby, and actually begins to spread a little bit of wind that creates these ripples in the sand below as it very gently lands in front of you, and you can see its huge enormity. And a member of the guild, very well dressed, very regally dressed, steps forward out of that basket, which you can actually see now is quite a large vessel, and steps towards your group, and raising a hand just halfway between you and the blimp, ushers the group over, yelling, "Come now!" And everyone, very thankfully, seems to get themselves up quickly, grabbing their staffs, grabbing their packs and the equipment that they have left, and begin to usher themselves towards the guild member, towards the vessel. And Ren looks to you, getting up himself, says, "Well, I think it's time to go."
Yep. Tonto, hop on.
Tonto almost glides up your back and puts his arms around your neck as he did before.
Now, stick with me, yeah?
Always.
Promise is a promise.
As you join the back of that line of miners that head towards the blimp, and Ren ushers on the houndbacks behind you, you are suddenly stopped just before entering, as the guild member looks to you and then looks to Ren and says, "Who is this?" And Ren says, "Oh, he was our desert guide. He brought us to this place initially." Gives you a steely look each, looks to you directly and says, "No, Mamu," and sort of scowls at the situation that he sees in front of him.
I step uncomfortably close to him, eyes staring into his. This one's coming with me.
"No, it ain't. No, Mamu. Do you hear?"
Fine. Spits down onto the ground. Ren. See you when I do.
"Oh, Yohm, please."
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Is it really worse that Mamu? You'll save so much time. Are you?
I don't blame you for not understanding, Rem. I don't. But I can't leave this thing. Not now.
You look after yourself.
Always do. And you? I'll be coming to collect my marks.
You can see the representative just sort of shrugging his shoulders and turning his back and heading over into the blimp.
So, Tonto,
Are we going in the blimp? It looks amazing.
it does, doesn't it? But, no, we're not going to go today.
Oh,
I should probably have told you before. I like Ren an awful lot. The
I like Ren too.
smaller one
He's
there.
yeah, the smaller one.
Yeah,
I don't understand what he says, but he has a funny face.
He's one of my good friends, but honestly, I don't really like most of the others anyway. And I think it'll be nicer to walk.
Okay. Well, if you're going to walk, I'm going to walk.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I know what you mean. I don't like all of the Mamu anyway. Just some.
And as you talk, the blimp begins to whir up once more and rise into the sky, up to quite an elevation before it almost strangely, impossibly quickly sort of begins to glide towards the direction of Suncold.
I'm not sure if I'd have liked that anyway.
Yeah, it is very different to my Mamu.
And you guys, a lot more elegant.
Ha. I agree.
Well, Tonto, we're going to be heading that way. And it's going to maybe take us to night time. And when we get there, you know, that friend I was telling you about, the one that's going to be really excited to meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's nice. You'll like her. Her name's Hannah. And she's just outside of the big city I was on about earlier.
Okay.
And she'll give us a place to rest. And yeah, she'll know something.
Okay. Do you think there will be Mamu there?
Oh, almost certainly. Sunalagas are the kind of place I like, which is quite a special thing.
Oh, then I am very excited.
It's near where I grew up.
Oh. You have lived in the desert all your life.
As long as I can remember. Yeah. Around the place.
Me too.
Tonto. Now, this might sound a bit weird, but I notice when you're climbing on me, it doesn't feel like much here. And I sort of gesture for him to try and hop into my arms a little bit. And I give him a sort of a gentle bounce to begin with, just to sort of assess his weight and feel what he's like.
And he does hop up into you, and you can always feel this like watery chill, as if washing your hands as you grab Tonto, and as you sort of bounce him around, almost like you might have a toddler in your arms. You can feel that it's not such that he doesn't have weight, but almost as if something else is supporting that weight for you, so that it is lessened, like you hold him in a sling that doesn't exist.
Now, I was just curious, Tonto. I've noticed you like hopping around.
I love hopping around.
Well, would you mind if I threw you?
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
We'll just do a little one to begin with.
that's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, now be careful. Okay. And I just gently, like you might be letting down a playful cat, give him a gentle hop forward towards the sand in front.
As you throw Tonto in front of you, you watch this very strange defying of your understanding of physics as he glides forwards, almost like a skimming stone through the air, and then slows down very gently whilst remaining in the air as if the air were like honey. And then, as you see the smile on his face, he spreads his arms out and he begins to then float to the ground from side to side like a feather and plop onto the ground.
You really do go with the flow. Wow. That's... You're really going to help me out someday, Tonto.
Oh, I hope so. You've helped me already so much.
Thank you. You're special in the world I'm used to.
Oh, the same, Yohm. You're so different to all the people I know.
If you have any questions, if ever you want to try and throw me, don't be afraid to ask.
Ha. Okay. Can I try?
Yeah, just be a bit careful on this side, but you're welcome to give it a go.
And Tonto shimmies his way over to you with haste and gets behind you, being quite a lot shorter than you, drops to your ankles to try and sort of pick you up straight into the air. And you hear quite a lot of scuffling and heaved noises. But he seems to have no sort of like ability to even begin to lift you off the ground.
Oh, you must be very strong, Yohm. I can't lift you.
Oh, that's okay. I'll do the lifting, you do the floating. That'll all work out.
Ha. Okay then.
Nice. Well, suppose we should mosey on.
Okay.
And then Tonto once again leaps and floats through the air to land on top of one of the two houndbacks that stand with you now.
I will take this one. You can take that one.
Yeah, that sounds nice. And I gently walk up to her and start stroking her on the back like I used to before. But this time I sort of crouch down and bring myself almost face to face with the houndback. After Ren's reaction of seeing me and greeting me with such a surreal and alien look, I suppose I'm just looking for a bit of familiarity, to be recognised as a friend.
And it's very much reciprocated, as the houndback that you've had for many years now, from a pup, is very pleased to see you, whilst still, exhibiting its lazy demeanour. It's certainly happy to see your face again and nuzzles itself up against your side.
Yeah, girl. Come on, one more stop. I'm gonna go see Hannah. She feeds you silly. Let's go, girl. And I clamber myself on a little uncomfortably because we don't have our usual effects, but comfier than on foot. And I give Tonto a little nod. I let out the classic whistle and began soaking in the breeze.
Lovely. And as you let that shrill whistle out, your houndback begins to trot forward with a little bit of speed, and you feel that gentle desert breeze just blow past you and almost gently refresh you as you start onwards on your long journey. And you notice that the houndback that Tonto rides, Tonto begins to sort of usher it forward without any sort of great success, though once you go out ahead, the houndback does then just instinctively follow the pack, but not by any sort of means led by Tonto. It seems almost unaware that Tonto is on its back. But as you head out towards the horizon in the direction of Sunalaga, what are the prominent thoughts in Yohm's mind at this point?
He's desperate to get some sort of validation at the moment. He's holding it in better than Kieran is, that's for sure, but his mind is on the brink, trying to make so many different disparate thoughts into some sort of sense, and trying oh so hard to remember some of the strange dreams he had leading up until this strange event, and I guess for once swallowing some of his humility and starting to think that he is a bit different, and some strange things are on the horizon.
They certainly are. As you head towards that horizon, we'll give Yohm some time on his long journey to think over all that's happened and see what answers are brought to him on the other side.